สวัสดีค่ะ Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rose Chitanuwat. You can call me Rose. I'm going to be the facilitator and moderator for the today's session. We are going to celebrate World Egg Day together. Today is going to be like the 25 years already that the World Egg Day has been formed by the International. So today the program with me gonna have a very comprehensive session. The very first one, we're gonna have our speaker from the International Egg Commission, followed by the International Egg Commission's member to share with you how egg is called superfood and what is the nutrition and affordable wholesome food for the egg itself, very nutritious and good for the health. Make sure that you have cracked an egg a day, at least today, and thinking that you have egg already for today. Just celebrate together with Informa Markets and our panelists here. I have with me here Mr. Suresh Chituri. He is the chairman of International Egg Commission. He's going to brief you why World Egg Day, and followed by Ms. Kalpana. She is going to tell you about what is egg benefit. So we have seen a lot of story about the egg damage the health. Egg has effect to your blood pressure. You cannot have more than one egg a day. So let's hear from Ms. Kalpana. What is the true story from the nutritionist perspective at the real life, that how egg can help you, why egg is now the superfood. We have to have the right understanding. After the two persons of the session, we are going to go through our ASEAN experts that we have here with us. They are really the people who work in the egg industry and share with you what is happening with our egg industry in Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, and Malaysia. And let's see how we together just eat one egg a day already increase the number of egg in the ASEAN market. So we are going to have those panelists sharing presentation, and we are going to discuss with them. If anyone have any question, just put on the bottom of your screen, have Q&A box, put the question there, and you can networking with your friends, your new network here with our panel and with our session today. The session will follow by the last session in the afternoon. How is the cage-free system that happening in the market right now? So all together I have with me, I will introduce the panelists later on and let them greet all of you. So we come to the first session to hear more about why the second Friday of October is World Egg Day. So may I invite Mr. Suresh Chituri, the chairman of International Egg Commission, to present on World Egg Day. Please, Mr. Suresh.
Everyone, my name is Suresh Chituri. I'm chairman of International Egg Commission. Once again, good morning from India to the entire ASEAN world. Really grateful and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to give the excellent talk during this World Egg Day. This is the 25th anniversary of the World Egg Day for us, so very important moment, and I'm delighted and to be there and talking to all of you. So Eggs for All, Nature's Perfect Package is what we're going to talk about today to all of you. It's a great day to unite and unite others with our cause. As you know, eggs are, you will see the reference to later too, as we call it, the second best food, which is after mother's milk. And you all know it's 6 grams of perfect protein with 14 essential nutrients in one egg. And in nature, there's rarely anything that's as dense and as perfect as egg is. These are all some of the things that definitely you get by having one egg. Again, once again, there's really nothing in nature that is as good as an egg is in terms of the density and the perfection for human nutrition. Again, I don't know how many of you realize this is the closest that comes to mother's milk in terms of matching the mother's milk. So yeah, once again, it's the best food for humans. Fact is, eggs are one of the most nutrient-dense natural food sources available to humankind. So this is a graphic of nutrient density of different foods, and it has unique health benefits for all stages of life, and including being a good source of many under-consumed essential nutrients such as choline, vitamin D, B12, and iron. As you can see, there's in terms of value and the density, very few foods can match the eggs. And they are also the most sustainable form of animal protein and second best natural food, as I said, next to mother's milk, and possibly the most affordable of all the things, right? I mean, of all the foods available, a great way of nourishment. Kalpana, who's going to follow me, is going to talk more about this in a few minutes. She's the expert. She's really doing a great job on showing. I mean, her game is about children and women and best nutrition for them, and she recognizes eggs are one of the best sources for that. So she's going to talk about that, and I'm just giving you a little. So this is a picture of the global egg consumption. Mexico is at about 380. Japan is close to 350. Colombia, Argentina, China is one of the wonder countries which has grown phenomenally well in the last 20 years. Even in India now, we are in the last 2 years during pandemic, we have actually added 8 eggs. So we've almost grown more than 10% in these 2 years, and it's going to grow a lot over the next 20 years. I think we'll catch up to China in the next 20-25 years. So huge opportunity, huge potential. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this is the 25th World Egg Day, which we are going to celebrate today on Friday, 8th of October, 2021. Last year, we had over 117 million social media impressions for World Egg Day, which was a record for us when we started 5 years back, putting it on social media. I think it's a phenomenal growth. And yeah, for sure, we want to make 2021 much bigger. And with all your support, we are hoping we'll get there. You can go to our website, internationalegg.com, our work and World Egg Day, and download range of promotional resources and graphics that you can use anywhere in the world. It's available in many languages. And then, it's actually something that all of you can use anytime you want. I would request all of you to explore the site and then look at this for other times when you can use. And if there's anything else you want us to know, please drop us an email at info@internationalegg.com, and we'll support you with whatever you need for future. So celebrations, these are from last year around the world, and including today's Eggcellent talk. We are hoping there will be action. I know Brazil started almost a week back. They're having a food celebrations around the world. So with that, later, I'm looking forward to answering some of your questions in a few minutes after Kalpana is done. Once again, thank you very much. See you all soon.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Suresh. So now I would like to address again the following talks will be very benefit to everyone in this world, because this is going to tell you about the nutrition benefits on eggs. So our speaker here, like Mr. Suresh mentioned, Ms. Kalpana B. Sabatuni. She is the global lead of the technology and entrepreneurship of Site Alive from India. She's going to tell us on the 14 of the health benefits that Mr. Suresh has mentioned. So after Ms. Kalpana speaking, we will go through the question and answer with Mr. Suresh and Ms. Kalpana together. So Right now, are you ready, Miss Kalpana? So let's hear from Miss Kalpana.
Hello all, my name is Kalpana Visabatani. I lead technology and entrepreneurship at Societal Life Foundation. Societal Life is a not-for-profit nutrition think tank. We are focused on alleviating malnutrition in low and middle-income countries. And eggs is a very dear subject to me personally, but also to our organization. So today I will split my presentation into two parts. First, I will share general nutrition bites that ASEAN consumers are exposed to every single day. And then I will share scientific evidence on eggs for a range of situations, but also a range of target groups. So consuming eggs is an experience, just like any other food. The nutrition messages related to eggs must appeal to both logic as well as emotion. What I mean by that is that when we design messages for the egg consumers, we need to appeal to the various sensations of making a choice from buying to cooking to eating the egg. This is because consumers approach food and cooking differently. What you see here is a simplistic overview of how our brain is wired. Some parts of the brain are associated with reasoning, analytic, and linear thoughts, numbers, and details, which is mostly the left brain, what they call as left brain thinkers, who rely more on science in food selection and think of calorie counting, nutrients, weight, and volume of food, and nutritional theories when they make food choices. And when asked about a food choice, a left brain thinker approaches the answers by saying, I think. Whereas right brain thinkers associate with intuition, creativity, synthesis of parts, feelings, forms, and holistic thoughts. And right brain thinkers rely more on senses in food selection and focus on sensations such as taste, color, aroma, and texture of food, as well as how food makes them feel when making a food choice. So when you ask right brain thinkers to make a food choice, their approach to answers will always begin with, I feel. So I think versus I feel. And you will notice that a lot of the food brands that are around us appeal to both the left as well as the right brain thinkers. So food brands talk about health and nutrition, but they do it in many ways. They redefine nutrition as payoffs or benefits. And these payoffs could be functional, such as what does the product give me? Or it could be emotional, such as how does the product make me feel? So here, what you see here are some examples of well-known brands talking about health and nutrition, but whether it's in terms of fortification, that is adding more extra nutrients to a product, or the best quality, which are called as functional payoffs. But when it comes to emotional payoffs, these brands talk about wholesomeness, healthy indulgence, and fresh. And in some more examples that you see here, we could see that how brands appeal to the left side of the brain as well as the right side of the brain while talking about nutrition. They try to balance the science and technology with emotion. You see messages about growth, protection, holistic development, energy, and productivity. And then you also see messages around taste. Then again, these are all messages about nutrition. For example, Maggi, a well-known instant noodle brand, talks about both taste as well as health. Even though there's nothing healthy about instant noodles, what a mother who's making instant noodles is looking for is that the base, which is the noodles, are so tasty that she can add any of the healthy vegetables to it, which a child often consumes less. So here the taste comes from the noodles, whereas the addition of vegetables, eggs, or any other ingredient is related to health. Another aspect that food brands do really well is around packaging. What you see here are some images of very appealing packaging of food brands. And packaging itself is an important tool when it comes to messaging, especially with brands, because it's not just limited to the aesthetic appeal. The packaging has to help with conveying what the brand wants to say. It has to be a point of differentiation, because packaging also cues the quality of the product inside. And the image of the packaging plays an important role in understanding what the product is inside the packaging. Here you see a well-known brand called Paperboard, which is a hugely popular juice brand in a very appealing sort of a packaging format. And there are some things that have changed during this pandemic, especially cooking at home frequently. Baking, for example, at home is on the rise. And baking with kids and family is a very emotional, but also a delightful experience. And eggs have an essential ingredient, are an essential ingredient to baking, and they can ride this wave. So it's important to create fun videos around cooking recipes with eggs, and maybe get onto some channels or have well-known chefs endorse the use of eggs during the recipes that they create. We also saw that during this epidemic, the food brands solutions have been rising. But at the same time, a lot of non-communicable diseases that as cardiovascular, obesity, and diabetes are also rising in ASEAN. We see more than 230 million cases of these non-communicable diseases. Brands in this space are clearly looking to show a good balance between deprivation and indulgence, between the good ingredients and the good taste. So for example, all brands which are related to oats, they talk about how hearts love oats, which means that oats is healthy for cardiovascular patients. But there are also brands specifically focused on diabetics, called as diabetic essentials. And there's so many creative ways that food brands have positioned even unhealthy snacks such as chips and spreads to breakfast cereals. But we know that eggs are a better solution than any of these food brands. It is an all-in-one food that delivers against everything a healthy and a safe diet asks for. So we could certainly do more with eggs. COVID has actually put health front and center. Consumers are taking greater ownership of themselves and they're prioritizing their health. Hence, prevention has taken a precedence. So we saw a huge rise in sales of functional foods since COVID had started. And this includes new product launches as well across the ASEAN countries. When we did a Google trend analysis, the results showed that immunity-related nutrients, herbs, and foods had some of the strongest correlation for consumers who are trying to find ways to get healthy during COVID, especially with the ingredient vitamin C leading the way. And this association was strongest seen in Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Another trend that is ongoing right now is the plant protein. There's a plant protein wave, especially in urban areas. And when I look at all of these new plant-based foods, I can't help comparing their packaging to the eggs packaging. You know, eggs have they come in natural eggshell, and sometimes they're sold in reusable plastic trays or the pulp packs. And I wonder, just like how these plant-based foods talk about having a climate-friendly positioning, why can't we amplify the egg eco-friendly story through its natural eggshell, but also the reusable trays or the pulp packs that they come packaged with? And my last observation on food brands is about the context. I'm pretty sure that eggs are more ketogenic than chocolate, as you see from this advertisement here. And eggs are more of a superfood than chocolate. And even eggs are produced by the poorest of the poor farmers. But look at this brand that's very eloquently talking about the context and creating a positioning statement which highlights the heroes, which are the farmers in your countries. So farmers are the heroes who put food on our plate, and we must celebrate them more often. And I believe egg farmers have a respectable position among the egg-loving consumers, and they deserve more recognition in the egg campaigns. Now that's about what the food brands that we see every day tell us. I'll switch the second part of my presentation, which is the evidence on eggs. So eggs is one of the favorite foods of the nutritionists, and possibly the reason why we have a lot of research studies on eggs compared to other foods. And eggs are quite the powerhouse when it comes to nutrition. And if you add to that the versatility and the great taste, eggs can definitely cannot be ignored. It It can be eaten any time of the day, in any meal, and they're far tastier and healthier than the Maggi noodles. Also, we find that the ASEAN consumers rate the nutritive value in the top 3 reasons of why they purchase eggs. Also because it's longer shelf life compared to other animal source foods such as dairy and meat has also seemed to be helpful, especially during the supply chain disruptions that we have seen during this pandemic. So an emotion to evoke during these times is safety and protection. And eggs can provide all of that can secure a future that we're all dreaming of. So let me first start with the very first foods for babies. And eggs are considered the most nutritious first foods for babies 6 months and older. A few years ago, in a landmark study by scientists from University of California, Davis, and Washington University, showed that giving a baby an egg a day significantly improved their growth. Now, in our world, we have 150 million children suffer from stunted growth. It's a condition that's linked to chronic malnutrition that keeps people from reaching their full physical, mental, and social potential. And stunting is still quite high in ASEAN. So this study and subsequently more studies in the ASEAN countries had been a remarkable eye-opener on the role of eggs as first foods. If you look at the bar chart on the left side, you would notice that in a breastfed child, 1 egg delivers most of the essential nutrients that are required for growth, development, and protection. So what that means can be actually summarized very well in the brand tagline by Horlicks. That is, an egg can make a child grow taller, stronger, and sharper. And further, it's possible to boost the nutrient profile of the egg through the poultry feed. For example, a baby's daily requirement for vitamin D can be obtained from 1 enriched egg. Now we're going to leave the slides with the organizers. Our organizers, if you would like to take a look at this evidence. And the articles from where I'm showing all the evidence are summarized at the bottom of this slide. Now, as we continue, so that was the functional benefits of eggs that you heard. Now let's look at the emotional benefits of that a lot of studies have documented. So eggs, as you already know, can be cooked in a variety of fun ways for babies, especially for the fussy eaters. So babies eat very small meals, so it's important to pack every bite with the most nutritious foods. An egg can be added to any of the daily mashed meals, whether it is porridge or any kind of snacks. And just 1 egg a day can give tremendous satisfaction to the mothers who have a very challenging time during the first year of life, trying to get their babies to taste different foods, but also make sure they eat well and eat enough. Yeah? A study in Indonesia indicated that eggs are the best local food sources to improve the dietary quality among infants. And in rural areas of Thailand, there was a study which supplemented 3 eggs a week that improved the protein malnutrition in children. Further, evidence showed that the earlier you introduce the egg, the better it is. Because if you delay the introduction of the cooked egg, it may increase the risk of egg allergy. Now, continuing in the same talk about infants and children, we found that, that children mimic what the mothers eat, especially with the starchy and the carbohydrate-rich staples and eggs. What that means is that if a mother eats more eggs, the child is likely to eat more eggs. And we have food brands that specifically target pregnant and lactating women that are 5 times more expensive than the egg. Whereas studies have highlighted the importance of eggs that are naturally rich in protein, vitamins, choline, selenium, and DHA, which are very important during pregnancy and lactation for the newborn's health. All of them would impact the weight of the child, of the newborn child, the length, growth, and development of the newborn. And in ASEAN, more than 1 million babies are born too soon each year. They're called preterm or babies born too early, which are less than, they're born before 37 weeks of gestation, are particularly at risk. Currently, prematurity is the leading cause of death among children under 5 around the world, and a leading cause of disability and ill health later on in their adult lives. So longer the gestation period of the pregnant mother, healthier is the baby. We have evidence now that DHA-enriched eggs consumed in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy actually increases the gestational age by 6 days, which is a significant period that determines the health of the baby. Now I switch to the topic of cholesterol. Now, for more than 50 years, eggs and dietary cholesterol have been thought to contribute to high plasma cholesterol levels and increased cardiovascular disease risk. Based on this belief, dietary recommendations in the US, but also many other countries, have included dietary cholesterol and egg restrictions. And after half a century of research across 50+ countries have shown that egg and/or dietary cholesterol intake is not associated with increased cardiovascular risk. In addition, these research studies have shown that egg intake addresses several nutrient inadequacies and can make important contributions to overall health across the lifespan. And since then, dietary cholesterol and egg restrictions have now been removed from most national dietary recommendations. Further, you would see that a lot of oats brands focus on messages on healthy hearts. Hearts may love oats, but hearts should love eggs more, because we now have compelling evidence which show that first, eggs have shown to increase HDL cholesterol, and higher levels are suggested to be cardioprotective in nature. And further, eggs have many protective nutrients, such as omega-3 fatty acids, carotenoids, arginine, which is an essential amino acid, which are all important for cardiometabolic health. And it's not just CVD, but also eggs are diabetic-friendly essentials. First, new studies shatter the older, poorly done studies. What they show is that eggs are not associated with type 2 diabetes. In fact, eggs can help. Research supports that a minimum of 6 and up to 12 eggs a week are essential part of the healthy diet for those suffering from diabetes. And eggs are a low carbohydrate food, and they have a very low glycemic index score. Further, regularly eating eggs could improve the fasting blood glucose, both in pre and type 2 diabetics. Now we come to the topic of weight loss. Pretty much every weight loss diet includes eggs for breakfast, and rightly so, because scientific evidence shows that eggs for breakfast, it increases satiety and results in lower energy intake for the next meal. And with the rise in weight loss plans, such as from the rapidly growing startups that you see in ASEAN, such as MyFitnessPal or the Health Club, so more attention could also be drawn through their apps, health apps, for the role of eggs in weight loss management plans. And then even before COVID struck, vitamin D deficiency was a massive public health challenge in many ASEAN countries, with more than half of the population vitamin D deficient, which has dire consequences from reduced immunity to fatigue as well as brittle bones. You know, eggs are one of the few foods that naturally contain vitamin D. And vitamin D is one of the most critical nutrients we need during these pandemic times, because vitamin D deficiency is associated with the severity of COVID-19 in the infected patients. And dairy and a lot of health food drinks, which are 3 times more expensive than an egg, all have vitamin D, but with less than 10 to 15% of our daily requirement. Whereas eggs are one of the most natural solutions for vitamin D that we can offer to the consumers. And when it comes to fitness and athletics, eggs are very valuable. Eggs have demonstrated to significantly increase protein synthesis of both skeletal muscle and plasma proteins after resistance exercise. Further, choline for endurance and omega-3 fats to reduce inflammation and joint pain, and much more. We now move to the role of eggs in children and adolescents. And nutrition for children and adolescents is a very important topic, given the high rates of anemia in ASEAN, which also includes vitamin and mineral deficiencies, especially among girls. And eggs can give a nutritious start to a child's day. With school from home and increased screen time and limited physical activity, vitamins A and D can be easily be delivered through the egg. Finally, for the elderly, growing old is not easy. Sarcopenia, which is a type of muscle loss and age-related macular degeneration, which is the leading cause of severe permanent vision loss in people over the age of 60, are two of the disease challenges that can be addressed through eggs in their regular diet. Carotenoids in the eggs can reduce the risk of cataract and clouding of the eye covering. And the image on the right that you see is what their vision looks like for those suffering from sarcopenia. And the protein and the vitamin D that comes from eggs helps maintain muscle strength. And the aging population that we see in ASEAN is likely to double in the coming years. So eggs, focusing on eggs for elderly would also be a valuable addition to their diet. Finally, I would also like to talk to you a bit about the factors that drive the most death and disability in the world today. And 6 out of these 10 risk factors that you see on the right side of the screen are all related to poor quality diets. So eggs have a superior role to play in the discussion around dietary quality. Then one wonders why everyone doesn't talk about eggs and why there's still some myths and misinformation on eggs around. That's because it's linked essentially to outdated ideas about heart disease and what causes it. Dietary cholesterol and saturated fats and eggs, which are rich in both, have actually been greatly oversold as a health concern a decade ago. It was only recently, in the last 6 to 7 years, that a lot of robust scientific studies that were done, which exonerated the egg. Epidemiologists who are reviewing all the data are now saying that eggs have an incredible ability to boost health. So with this, I would like to end by saying that the evidence on eggs is heartwarming, from growth and development to immunity and healthier living. And the emotions surrounding the eggs are plenty. Eggs are tasty, they're convenient for busy moms like me, they're easy to cook and eat any time of the day, they're wholesome. You can do fun activities such as baking together with your children and family at home. So use this evidence, evoke emotions, and make consuming eggs a heartwarming experience. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Ms. Kalpana. This is very exciting and really the knowledge to the consumer about the egg. So right now, I would like to invite Mr. Suresh and Ms. Kalpana to be on video in order to have the questions. So there are about more than 450 people in the session today. So really amazing number for us. So first of all, happy World Egg Day to everyone. So make sure that you have an egg a day, at least today, maybe during the break or during lunchtime. So Ms. Kalpana, your presentation is very well addressed about each stage of human being that would affect my first question, because we're talking about the NCD, right? Like Thailand is on the aging society, and also a lot of talk about NCD and those by the parents that influence into the kids that egg is dangerous for the NCD. So the question is, what is the best way to cook egg that can remain the nutrition, as you say, and not have the bad effect to human?
Great, thank you, Rose. And actually, at least for young parents with fussy children, I would not recommend any specific cooking. Any way the egg can be cooked as a scrambled omelette or just added to their daily meal, in whichever format young children can eat, they should be able to do that. And it really does not matter as much as long as you have one whole egg a day. And then when you talk about people with specific conditions, such as NCDs, really, I think most physicians, what they recommend is make sure you have an egg a day, a whole egg, including the yolk. But egg white also is very rich in protein, and you can really boost your egg consumption by taking 2 to 3 egg whites more a day, besides the one whole egg a day.
for the patients that has NCD, they have to check the condition with medical doctor before having an egg. But the recommendation is going to the medical doctor. But in general, if I am just turning to 50, and what is your recommendation on having egg?
Even for elderly patients, protein is a very good component, but egg is more than just protein. It has a range of vitamins, vitamin D, which is really important for absorption of calcium, vitamin A for your eyesight, and more. So I would still, many nutritionists still recommend having one whole egg a day, but also to boost your protein intake by including egg whites in your diet. And even for the elderly, it's recommended that 1 gram per kg body weight is what is recommended. So I would boost, the recommendation still stays the same. Make sure you have one whole egg and increase your protein intake through egg whites.
All right. So now we come to Mr. Suresh. Congratulations for the success of this 25-year promoting and see a very big salmon egg. And especially to you as the Asian, you become the chairman of IEC, which is based on USA. I'm very impressed with that. So Mr. Suresh, how you see the development of Asia country, not only ASEAN, Asia country in terms of accepting and having egg from the Times magazine that Kalpana showed in 1984. Everyone promote egg is very bad, right? Then 1999 is egg already smart. So how you see the development happen after US improving, how you see in Asia?
Thank you, Rose. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think Asia already accounts for more than close to 60% of the world's eggs consumed. I think the guilty country there is India, which has been very low. I think which has dragged down the thing. But I think over the next 20 years, India is going to grow tremendously. So I think my expectation is, say, by 2040, more than 75% of the world's eggs will be consumed in Asia. And I think, again, you mentioned it was in some ways it was bad science. In some ways it was also, I think we didn't have the necessary tools or the understanding at that point in 80s and all that. When they first, when they first saw that, cholesterol affects heart, then they said, okay, it's what you eat that affects you. But now I think as the tools improved, the science improved, they know that that's not what it does. So I myself have been in the last two and a half years, I reduced my weight 33 kilos. I eat 5 eggs a day now. They are the most important thing. My cholesterol is down from 200 plus to about 60 now. So the last thing my doctor says is, don't worry about your heart. He's surprised because the science was don't eat yellows, but I eat five whole eggs every day. That's the first thing I do, and then do whatever I can after that. And not only me, a lot of my friends, after I've started, my friends have lost 30, 40 kilos weight, and they're looking great. They're doing great in this thing. Their activity has gone up. So I think from that perspective, Rose, I think I see phenomenal opportunity. I think part of the problem for, in some ways, is, the egg producers, the farmers have been very good at producing eggs. We have not been good at, how to promote ourselves and how to do that. And so now people like Kalpana and all that are coming and educating us. They're showing us what it is. I mean, she's always brilliant. Every time I hear her, there's so much I learn. And I wish there were at least people like that in my company who understood that, but our guys are always focused on what is the production, what's the feed cost, what is the feed conversion, but we don't talk about this. But I think that is going to gain. And one of the things I see coming is snackification of eggs. I think once we get into that, then I think there is no limit to how many eggs people will eat. So one of the programs we have taken on, Rose, from IEC is in the next 10 years, how do we get, so today the global egg consumption is 165 eggs per capita. How do we should get to 365 in the next 10 years. is the game plan we have taken on, and quite a lot of that I believe will be through snackification.
Yeah, I also see like India, the number it's low, not only because not enough egg. I believe it's about the logistic, the transportation to reach the poverty area. So in the next session, we're gonna have our experts, Dr. Didi will share also about Indonesia, and then have Dr. Kitty will share the perspective of Thailand also when I think 1999 is about 150. Today, Thailand already like 250. We can share that. It's really the comprehensive program and integrated program that start from the education in the school itself, and even promote the school to have the sustainable project in like raising the layer, and then get the kids to collect the egg, grow the layer, something like that. So we can share. If you have time for the joining the panelists, I would like to invite you as well, because this really the bigger than what we think. Okay. Yeah. So the next question to Kalpana, this is when I read it, I feel like, oh, there must be some source of information. That's why the audience asked. They said that, is it true that 3 eggs a week, if more than 3 eggs a week, could affect the sexual hormone?
No, I haven't heard of any such studies. That's the simplest answer I could give. Yeah.
All right. So to our translator in Vietnamese, please address this. There is no science and no proof on evidence that have affect the sexual hormone. So the next question, Kalpana, what are the negative effects? Because Suresh just speak now, 5 eggs, and he lost weight. I will follow you, Suresh. What are the negative effects if eating more egg than recommend?
Well, we've had lots of anecdotal case studies where people have eaten 10, 20, or even 30 eggs a day or even more. But we haven't really seen any evidence of at least having more than the recommended eggs affecting healthy adults. But having said that, those who lead sedentary lifestyle with no exercise and with high BMI, possibly they need to consult with their physicians before eating more than the recommended intake.
Rose, if may come in, I think like my son eats almost 20 eggs a day, right? But then he exercises a lot.
All right. Yes. 20 eggs a day.
Yeah, I mean, he plays very intense basketball every day and at least 2 hours of gym. So I mean, and so he needs that kind of protein. So, but see, the other thing, Rose, is if your carbs, the amount of carbs you eat is in control, you can't overeat protein and fat. You can't. I mean, you can do 1 day, 2 days, but you can't do it like 15 days. You know, just try yourself. You know, once you go there, your body will tell you, you know, that it doesn't want it anymore. You're bored. You don't want to eat it, or you don't feel hungry. So unless you are somebody who's doing that, but the problem is how many carbs are you eating, right? Carbs is the only thing the body doesn't understand. It has a huge craving for carbs, and so if you're eating too much carbs with that protein and with that fat, is where you get into trouble. So that's what I've been experimenting with myself for last 2.5 years, and you know it's really difficult for me to eat those 5 eggs. I have to force myself to eat them. You know, I mean 1 or 2 eggs, yeah, but beyond that I have to literally. But then it keeps my hunger in control. And so I think that's also important. And of course, overdoing anything is not smart. You know, however much I love eggs, I think overdoing them also is not smart. It can't be the only food, or it should not be the only protein. So I think we have to be careful about that too.
Yes. To audience here, ladies and gentlemen, please take note that whatever Kalpana and Suresh has answered, that is the context to understand what you really eat, other things, not just saying like egg. If you have overdose of carb, it's not good. If you're going to have over egg consumption. So please take in mind that the discussion here is about balance your nutrition also and get the right nutrition into your body. And everyone has different daily activities. Someone exercise like your Mr. Suresh's son, basketball player. He can even eat to 20 eggs. And other who do nothing, you really cannot go for that. So please make sure that we address this to all the audience here. Don't take it in the wrong implementation. So Kalpana, the next question is there any reliable research for eating eggs and milk at the same time? So I think the question they affect whether it's harm for the health or good for the health if having breakfast with milk and egg together.
Well, I haven't seen any studies that specifically talk about the whole foods, but when there are studies on infant foods where a mix of whole egg powder plus milk powder added to the porridge has actually had better growth and development outcomes for children. So from that, I think at least conclude that it doesn't really, it doesn't really harm, but in fact could be more useful if you have more than one animal source food a day, which means here in this case, if we're talking about milk and the egg.
All right. So the next question I leave to both of you, whether who will answer, I think it's touched on the real industry pain point now, because with the pandemic, as Kalpana mentioned, people are more concerned on health and food safety. How safe it's egg that I bought into my family. So the question is, how about salmonella contaminate in egg? So it is really will affect egg itself and also zoonotic, like come to the human health. Yeah, please.
Salmonella, so should I answer that, Kalpana, or would you go? Okay. So I think see, salmonella is typically, if you're cooking your eggs well, as in most cases, right? And I think in Asia, I think we mostly do that. I know in Japan, they like eating raw eggs, but then the Japanese are very conscious about what eggs to buy for that. So I think, and they choose them carefully. But for rest of us, I think when we cook them properly, I don't think we need to worry about them too much. If my understanding is right, the infection is mostly on the shell. So I think it's about handling them properly, which is important. And I think the industry is also doing a lot to make sure that through vaccination and through proper hygiene at the farms and all that they take care of that. Typically in the West, it's a big deal because it's also colder countries, and they try to eat it in different forms, which is where probably doesn't not so well cooked. But it's not as big a problem as sometimes media makes it out to be. Of course, I'm not recommending people be careless about it. That's not the recommendation. So I think please buy clean eggs, good clean eggs, and I think you should mostly be fine. Yeah.
All right. So I think most of the ASEAN country, majority still buying egg from the wet market, I would say, not, I mean, in general. So what do you recommend on when you said clean the egg before cooking? Can you suggest the way?
No, I think, Rose, if you're cooking it, then you shouldn't have any issue. If you're cooking it properly, you shouldn't have any issue. Of course, I'm not an expert on salmonella, but I don't know if Kalpana has anything to add on that. But
no, I'm not an expert either, Suresh. All that I know, it's only the cause is if you eat the raw egg, and the raw egg is already contaminated with salmonella. But again, as you said, the chances are so low. I think
all right.
It's something like 1 in 20,000 or 1 in 30,000 eggs is likely. And yeah, washing and cooking will will solve the problem?
Yeah, I think cooking it properly. So I think one other thing I wanted to, one way to destroy an egg is to overcook it. So I think we need to be careful about that also is, like omelette or boiling. If you overdo it, then, I mean, it's not harmful, but then you lose the benefits of it.
Right.
So I think you have to be, I would say that's the only thing I would say you have to be careful about. Yeah.
Great. So we're gonna have our veterinarian in next session, Dr. Kitty and Dr. Didi. I think he can help us on the Salmonella. And the next one, I think this question come from really the consumer one. Are there any meaning of the difference of egg yolk color?
So typically, it's about what has been used. So if you use more corn, it's yellow. If you use less corn, you use something else. Or if you use a different kind of corn too. And like in Japan, they like it more orangish, right? So they add chili to the feed. So generally it shouldn't affect the quality of the egg. Because the beauty about the egg is if the minimums are not there, it is not formed. So I think you can only enhance an egg, you cannot degrade an egg in terms of its nutritive capacity, right? I mean, if you give more vitamin D in its diet, then it gives you more. The only thing we can't add to an egg is vitamin C. But everything else we can, in some ways we can enhance, but we can't degrade. So I think, what you feed the chicken determines the color of the. Sometimes people have experimented with green yolks and all that by changing what they feed the chicken. So yeah, I don't think it should affect the quality.
All right. So the next question is about the audience has been known that most of the poultry industry, they use the antimicrobial, like kind of the feed additives in. They want to ask if there is any effect go through the egg when
Kalpana, you want to answer that?
Yeah, I could answer that. Maybe the easiest example I can give is carotenoids, which are a nutrient. When added to the feed, it does transfer to the egg yolk. Egg yolk becomes richer in, it is a brighter yellow or an orange color due to the carotenoids. But also a range of vitamins, minerals, DHA, which are the omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids, can all be transferred from the feed additives to the egg, making an egg much more nutritious than before. That's one. And second is, I also know that enzymes are added as part of the feed additives, and enzymes are very helpful in breaking down the anti-nutritional factors in the poultry feed. For example, in corn and soybean together, which is very rich in phytic acid, can prevent the absorption of minerals such as iron, calcium, phosphorus, which are very important not only for the flock health, but also their transfer of these minerals to the eggs. So enzymes such as phytase can break down this phytic acid and help more of the nutrients from the feed be transferred to the flock, but also to the egg.
But what about those antimicrobial, like the antibacteria type of like killing the disease? Then they're afraid of if it's transferred to egg also, the kid will get accumulate antimicrobial effect or not.
So antibiotics, Rose, mostly the danger from antibiotics is not what comes into the food. Of course, it's not recommended, and governments around the world are getting tougher on that. And I think the danger is always being more about when we are using it, then the bacteria are learning how to get resistant to that, right? I mean, so that's the real danger about using them, not so much about it getting into the food. And I think that's what it is. And for most part, again, we have to, again, in most countries, depending, I think, and in most Asia is developing very fast that way, in the government regulations and all that are developing very fast, is there's always a withdrawal period for that, and eggs come into that, into the market post that only. So, but as I said, I know in India, our government is getting very tough with us, and you know, what we could use, say 10 years back or 5 years back, we can't do anymore. And now they're talking about getting even more tougher, and we know they're already giving us signals that they're going to get even more tougher. And I think that's where it's good also in some ways. And I think with today's knowledge and science, there are a lot more options other than antibiotics, you know, with probiotics and prebiotics and other ways, right? And especially, like, I think COVID has taught us all about better hygiene, washing our hands, wearing a mask, and all that. This is essentially what you have to do as a poultry farm. So biosecurity, I think farmers are noticing that it's cheaper to have good biosecurity than, you know, giving medicines. So I always tell, and with my own farms too, we say, you know, wherever you have to use antibiotics, your cost of production is not right. It's gone bad. You know, if you don't use them is when you produce the cheapest egg. So it's better to manage the farm with better biosecurity. Yeah.
So to the audience who raised this question, might be you are not in the poultry farm situation right now, when many government it's under the campaigns not to use antibiotics in the farm, and also this is, it's like human being, like more antibiotic you will resist to the disease. So that is the trend in the farming, to use more of herbal or kind of the organic acid to help in killing the bacteria. So this kind of thing is changed already in our poultry world, I would say, in our layer production facility. So come to the next question, I think go to Kalpana. There is a question about how you think about the person who has the egg allergy? Do you think the nutrition from egg is it's important, but how you see how to handle that?
Yeah, no, allergies are very difficult. I can understand. I mean, I work a lot in maternal and child nutrition space, so with young parents quite a bit. So anyone with, especially children with food allergies, typically gluten, dairy, or even eggs, they're all recommended to avoid eating those foods. But having said that, there is one myth that we, in this space, maternal and child nutrition, that we work a lot, is there's a myth that children should be avoided giving eggs as delayed as possible. But several studies show exactly the opposite. The earlier one of the first foods a child eats, make sure there's an egg or test the egg. Of course, if there's an allergy, you avoid giving the egg. But if there is no allergy, then you should try to introduce egg as early as possible in your child's diet. Typically, as soon as you start introducing first foods.
Yeah, so definitely if your child has egg allergy, so you have to avoid that. But if not, introduce as early as possible. So that is a basic question that I think Suresh is typing, but I want Suresh to share, because there is a lot of misunderstanding about egg yolk and white yolk. So the question, as you see, what is the difference of egg yolk and white egg? Yeah.
So the amount of protein in white and yolk is the same. It's equally divided in an egg. But yolk is actually the magic food. It has more. It has all the other the best things about the egg are all in the yolk. White is pretty much only protein. And so unless you are like in my son's case, he's eating 20 eggs. So naturally, he can't eat 20 whole eggs, right? So he's eating 5 to 6 whole eggs, and then he eats whites. So I think this fear of cholesterol has got people spooked. But frankly, yolk is what has the vitamin D, the choline, all the minerals, all the magic is actually in the yolk. So I would say a minimum of two whole eggs a day is what helps you have a great health. So, I mean, again, as I said, it's your overall diet, Rose, and if your overall diet is heavy in carbs, which is what it is, because unfortunately, if you see the standard American diet recommends 50% carbs, which is what I think messed up the whole world's health. All of our health got completely messed up with that recommendation. Of course, there are people who go to extreme of not eating more than 5% carbs or 10% carbs. I don't know. I mean, you have to, again, each body is different, so we have to be a little careful about jumping to standard formulations. But anyway, we need 1 gram of protein per kilo body weight. So that's at least one standard that we have to follow. And so within that, I would say, if you can eat 2 eggs or 3 eggs, it should be perfectly be fine. So I say, eating yellow is very important. It's very critical. And like Kalpana has mentioned, if you are in that rare 1% or 2% of the world where, you cannot eat or eating eggs or especially yellows are a problem, then yeah, I mean, and I think everybody, it's, again, 98% of the world should not have a problem. Now, if you are that 1-2%, then you have to figure it out. How are you falling into that? So between that and unless you're a heavy eater of eggs, then maybe white makes sense. But otherwise, yellow is it's excellent, and I think people shouldn't be scared of that too much.
All right. So we come to the next session already. So I would like to thank you, Kalpana and Mr. Suresh, so much for today. Very good session, and we have about 500 people in our session today. I would like to thank you to the International Egg Commission, led by Mr. Suresh, for supporting and giving a good program on World Egg Day. We in Pharma Markets will continue to support for sure. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 5 minutes break. Stretch yourself and have a good 1 glass of water before we come back again at 10:10. So
thank you very much, Rose, for the opportunity, and Kalpana,
yes,
once again for a beautiful talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for giving me the
So
time.
we see at 10:10 for Thailand and 11:10 for Philippines and Malaysia. We will join with our panelists from ASEAN country. Let's take a short break, and during the break, I would like to promote a bit. We are going to have competition. It is the photo contest that you can take photo with your kids having egg, your family, your elder in the family. This is going to be the prize worth of $50 around ASEAN country by posting hashtag I am World Egg Day or hashtag celebrate World Egg Day with us. So more information you can see from this, and see you in next 7 minutes. Welcome back to the second session of the Excellent Talk by Informa Markets. Today we have a very comprehensive program, and the session earlier was on the health and nutrition, the benefit of egg, and why World Egg Day. So once again, happy World Egg Day to everyone here. I'm going to moderate this session. The session next will last till 12 p.m., which is 1 p.m. for Philippines and Malaysia. Please make sure you have a glass of water with you and healthy drink with you during listen to the session. You will be with me another 1.5 hours before lunch break. Then I'm going to have a bit of introduction why we have the panelist discussion. Today, we see the importance of the layer industry, especially the egg is very important, and I would say that the cheapest nutrition, cheapest protein in the world, follow the breast milk of mother. So today we have our session that cover on what happening in ASEAN after the pandemic, what each country doing on the World Egg Day, what is the challenge that they are facing, and what next in 2-3 years for the egg industry in ASEAN. So first of all, I'm going to introduce all speakers here. They will be with us till 12 p.m. Thailand time, and we'll have like presentation, what challenge, and discussion with me later on. So the first one, I would like to introduce Dr. Duan Xuan Truc. He is the Vice President of Animal Husbandry Association of Vietnam. So he is with me here, Dr. Truc. The second one is Mr. Lee Yun Yo. He is from Federation of Livestock Farmers Association from Malaysia. The next one, Dr. Kitty Sapchukun. He is the CEO founder of the Granis Biotech, and he is the committee of egg promotion or egg board in Thailand. And the next one, Dr. D. Kusmana Gandhi. He is the chairman of the Management Committee of Indonesia Poultry Veterinary Association from Indonesia. And together with me, I have one lady. She is very young because she has 5 eggs a day, I believe. Miss Cecile Ardueza Wortusio is Managing Director from Batangas Egg Producer Cooperative, or BEPCO from Philippines. So we have together all of them here, and they are open the video now. So next session will be the presentation by Dr. Chuk. So we are going to provide you with English translation for Mr. Chuk's presentation, and then let's join us to hear what's happened in Vietnam on egg industry. Yes, Mr. Chuk.
Thank you. Chưa thấy lên nhỉ? Xin nhiệt liệt chào mừng quý vị đại biểu. Xin Hội chăn nuôi Việt Nam xin trước hết là xin chân thành cảm ơn công ty Informa Market. Đơn vị đã có sáng kiến tổ chức cái kỷ niệm ngày trứng thế giới tại Việt Nam.
First of all, thank you very much to Informa Market for organizing this excellent webinar and for including us from the Vietnam industry.
Thứ hai nữa là chúng tôi xin nhiệt liệt chào mừng và cảm ơn các ý kiến trình bày hết sức cụ thể và nhiều cái điểm rất là mới có tính chất cập nhật của hai vị đại diện của Hội đồng trứng quốc tế.
I also would like to express my appreciation and a lot of respect to the first 2 presentations and also your very insightful discussion and answers about eggs from Mr. Suresh and Ms. Kapana. Really appreciate your insight and your expertise.
Năm nay thì chúng ta kỷ niệm cái ngày trứng của thế giới và cũng là kỷ niệm lần thứ 25 năm chúng ta tổ chức cái sự kiện này trong một cái điều kiện mà tôi nghĩ là rất là đặc biệt. Cái thứ nhất là cả toàn cầu chúng ta bị chịu ảnh hưởng rất nặng nề 19, nó ảnh hưởng rất lớn đến tình sản xuất, rồi cái hoạt động kinh doanh thu cũng như các dịch vụ khác, rồi kể cả những dự án đầu tư đối với ngành trứng ở trên toàn cầu. Thứ hai nữa là kỷ niệm lần thứ 25 ngày trứng thế giới thì cũng từ đó đặt chủ đề chúng ta là như vậy, là thấy rằng trong cái điều kiện dịch bệnh Covid như thế này thì có lẽ nó cũng nảy sinh ra một số cái ý tưởng mới để chúng ta tận dụng cái thế mạnh của ngành công nghiệp trứng.
And today, I think it's very meaningful that we're all here together to celebrate the 25th World Egg Day, especially as the whole world has been through almost 2 years of COVID now, which has caused a lot of disruption, not just for our industry, but for the rest of the world and consumers everywhere. So it is important that we're having the discussion today to help us move forward and to see that how can we recover and do better after the pandemic.
Lần đầu tiên thì những người mà tức là các đại biểu ở Việt Nam có đến dự cái hội thảo hôm nay thì được nghe các ý kiến chia sẻ của các bạn đồng nghiệp ở Thái Lan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. Thì đấy cũng là cái gì mà cũng là lần đầu tiên chúng tôi được chia sẻ tại những cái sự kiện kỷ niệm ngày trứng thế giới như này.
And I think this is the very first time that myself and my colleagues, people who work in the egg industry and poultry and in general in Vietnam, have an opportunity to be in this setting of an international webinar where we get to exchange ideas and shares our information and thoughts with our colleagues from other countries. So it's a great privilege for all of us.
Chúng tôi những người làm nghề chăn nuôi, đặc biệt là nghề chăn nuôi gia cầm, cảm ơn các bạn đến từ các nước này và cũng xin kính chúc cho hội thảo chúng ta thành công.
So once again, thank you very much for including us, and I wish for our webinar to be a great success.
Một cái chuyên đề về tình hình sản xuất trứng và khả năng phát triển của cái ngành công nghiệp trứng ở Việt Nam. Cái tiêu đề bài trình bày của tôi là Việt Nam là quốc gia còn nhiều dư địa để phát triển ngành sản xuất trứng.
And so my topic is a little update about the current situation in Vietnam when it comes to egg, and I would like to highlight the white space, the potential, the opportunities ahead that I see for Vietnam.
Trong khuôn khổ quy định là 15 phút thì tôi xin trình bày một số ý kiến tóm tắt như sau. Thứ nhất là từ thập niên 2000 thì ngành có sự tăng trưởng qua từng, trong đó thì giai đoạn 2015 đến 2020 thì là cái giai đoạn mà chúng tôi ghi nhận là sản lượng trứng đã có mức tăng trưởng khá ấn tượng so với năm trước. Ví dụ năm 2015 sản lượng trứng đã tăng trên 7,5% so với năm trước. Từ năm 2016 tăng đến 6,44% so với năm 2015. Năm 2017 sản lượng trứng 16 và năm 2018 tăng đến 9,47% so với năm 2017 và năm 9 tăng rất là cao, được 18,1% so với năm 2018 và năm 2000 cũng tăng rất là cao, được 13,34% so với năm 2019.
So you see, in Vietnam, when it comes to egg, we witnessed lots of growth starting the early 2000s. So that's pretty much a milestone for husbandry, for poultry raising in Vietnam, and we would then record year-on-year growth for eggs. Especially want to highlight the period of 2015 to 2020. You see, I've highlighted a few of these growth rates here. From 2015, the growth was 7.5%, and in particular, we have a very remarkable growth. In 2019 versus 2018, the growth was 18.1%. And even last year, with all the difficulties, the growth was still 13.34%, which is quite remarkable.
Đây chúng ta cái bảng số liệu này thì là chúng tôi đưa cái số liệu thực hiện sản lượng trứng và tiêu thụ trứng thực hiện trong giai đoạn 10 năm từ 2011 đến 2020. Như vậy là cái sản lượng trứng tăng từ năm 2011, 2020 so với năm 2011 tăng được hơn 2 lần, coi như 2 lần. Và sức tiêu thụ trứng một người từ năm 2011 đến năm 2020 thì tăng cũng xấp xỉ 2 lần.
So some of the numbers to share with you guys, these are about consumption. So as you see, the top row is total consumption in terms of number of eggs versus in the middle row, that's our population, and it has been growing over the years. And the last row is consumption per capita. So you see that from 2021 on until 2020, we have double in terms of volume of eggs production in Vietnam, and consumption have also growth a lot, nearly double in the past 10 years.
Cũng phải nói thêm là cái sản xuất trứng ở Việt Nam chủ yếu phục vụ cho tiêu dùng của người Việt, trừ trường hợp trứng vịt là có bạch vít muối thì có xuất khẩu sang một số nước ở gần lân cận mà có người Trung Quốc hay là nguồn gốc từ người Trung Quốc, từ người Thái ăn. Số lượng trứng vịt thì mấy năm nay xuất khẩu cũng chỉ được, có những năm cao 2 triệu trứng một năm, nhưng còn vài năm gần đây chỉ được khoảng trên 20 triệu quả trứng ấy, còn là toàn bộ trứng gà.
I also would like to note that the majority of our consumption here is for domestic consumption. The thing is, majority, I would say 100% of our chicken eggs production is for domestic consumption. We do export a bit of duck eggs to markets like China, but it's also not much. About 2 million, because of the Chinese population who prefer duck eggs. But it is safe to say that majority of chicken eggs produced in Vietnam is for our own consumption.
Mấy năm gần đây thì một số doanh nghiệp ở Việt Nam đã có thí điểm cái việc xuất khẩu cái trứng sấy khô, bột trứng tại một số nước trong khu vực, nhưng mà không đáng kể, chúng tôi không đưa báo cáo.
Some company have also found a way to export egg powder, so dried eggs products to a few other countries, but the volume is not substantial, so we did not include them in it.
Bây giờ cụ thể trong cái năm ngoái thì năm 2020 sản lượng trứng của Việt Nam đạt được là 14 tỷ 540 triệu quả, trong đó trứng gà thì chiếm 71,8%, thì chiếm 28,2%. Bình quân tiêu thụ tăng cái sản lượng trứng trong mùa 10 năm từ 2011 đến 2020 là 9,33% một năm. Đây là cái mức tăng cao nhất trong các toàn bộ các sản phẩm chăn nuôi của ngành chăn nuôi trong cái 10 năm vừa rồi.
So eggs has a very remarkable growth, and if you look at these indicators, these numbers, is actually the most impressive throughout the husbandry sector in Vietnam. In 2020, our total egg production reached more than 14 billion eggs, in which chicken eggs acquire for 71.8% and duck eggs 28.2%. If you look at 2020 versus 2021, the egg production, the total number of eggs have grown 2.018%. And there's also a very remarkable growth rate in terms of the egg production within that short 9 to 10 years period of time, which is 9.33%. And that's the highest growth rate ever witnessed in the entire husbandry sector of Vietnam.
Chuyển hộ sang cái slide. Cái nguyên nhân chủ yếu trong cái thập niên vừa rồi là sản lượng trứng tăng, rồi tiêu thụ trứng trên một người cũng tăng thêm. Thì chúng tôi thấy nó có một số nguyên nhân thế này. Cái thứ nhất là do cái người tiêu dùng Việt Nam ấy, thì đã quan tâm nhiều hơn đến cái sản phẩm trứng gia cầm trong bữa ăn hàng ngày, nhất em như người già, và cũng do cái nền kinh tế phát triển vừa rồi cũng khá hơn, cho nên thu nhập của người dân được cao hơn, thì đương nhiên cái nhu cầu thịt trứng sữa hàng ngày cũng tăng lên, trong đó đặc biệt là trứng gia cầm. Đấy, và cũng là cái công tác truyền thông thì cũng đóng góp với các khuyến cáo để mà tăng cường của trứng, và cái công tác phòng trừ dịch bệnh đàn gà trứng thì có làm tốt hơn nhiều. Cho nên những nghi ngại về cái dịch bệnh salmonella rồi cúm gia cầm từ những sản phẩm trứng thì nó cũng ít đi. nên là sức tiêu thụ tăng lên. Rồi nhiều bếp ăn tập thể, các khu công nghiệp thì hình thành, rồi khu du lịch thì phát triển nhanh, rồi cũng một phần đóng góp nữa là bản thân ngành trứng, công nghiệp trứng cũng là xuất hiện rất nhiều cái cơ sở mà đầu tư mới, các nhà đầu tư chủ yếu là trong nước và một số nhà đầu tư nước ngoài đã đầu tư những cơ sở chăn nuôi gà trứng rất là hiện đại với những con giống năng suất cao trên thế giới, rồi những phù hợp với cái điều kiện nuôi dưỡng chăm sóc ở Việt Nam. Rồi
So you see, I'd like to point out a few reasons why the egg production and also the consumption of eggs have really grown in Vietnam in the past decade and in the past few years. So first of all, as consumers, you see that our economy has been growing quite well. So there are more demands now, people with better incomes and also better education and awareness, especially families with children and with better economy and income plus communication. People know more about the benefits of eggs, and so they're that's boosting consumption of eggs in the market. And at the same time, Vietnam also have been attracting a lot of FDI. And so many foreign investment companies have come and set up large-scale industrialized chicken farm where they breed and raise layers and then to produce eggs to supply for the market. There's also been a lot of changes and good transformation in terms of breeds and high productivity, bringing in technology, very advanced processes to ensure biosecurity, health and immunity of the chicken and the layers to ensure the quality of eggs for the market.
Thế thì tóm lại của nó là những cái doanh nghiệp đầu tư lớn, sản phẩm là trứng gà nó giá nó hợp lý hơn, thứ hai là an toàn thực phẩm tốt hơn. Thế còn giai đoạn 2015-2020 thì cũng đánh dấu cái hệ thống chăn nuôi gà công nghiệp gà trứng quy mô lớn đã hình thành rất rõ. Còn với một số với doanh nghiệp mà công suất trên 500.000 tới 1 triệu, hoặc có những đơn vị hiện tại đến 1,5 triệu đến 2 triệu trứng sản xuất một ngày. Đấy, thì gà thì tôi nuôi trong lồng tại các chuồng khép kín, tức là chuồng lạnh đấy. Đấy, toàn bộ là tự động hóa và áp dụng công không. Rồi trứng thì được thu về và đưa đến xử lý qua những nhà máy xử lý trứng để nó làm vệ sinh, rồi lựa chọn xếp loại trước khi để tiêu thụ và các quầy tiêu thụ công cộng. Còn ở đây thì có thể có những nhiều công ty mà nhất anh em Việt Nam ở đây thì rõ rồi, nhưng mà các bạn nước ngoài cũng thấy là chúng ta Cộng hòa Pháp, rồi tập đoàn CP, công ty Eminvest, công ty Sơn Hà, tập đoàn Tamaco, Vĩnh Thành Đạt, công ty Nam Mường và một số doanh nghiệp gà trứng siêu lớn mà đang đầu tư, đang hoàn thiện. Ví dụ như công ty trách nhiệm hữu hạn QL Việt Nam, đây là công ty đầu tư 100% vốn Malaysia, rồi công ty Vietsom, VB Farm đầu tư và hoạt động.
So like I mentioned, with the investment from many big corporations, eggs are now more affordable with better quality and also meet the rising demand and concern of consumers for food safety. You see the period of 2015 to 2020, there have been a lot of new establishments in Vietnam, and there are investors coming in and set up large-scale layers farm, and some of them reach a capacity of even 500,000 to more than 1 million eggs a day. And I've seen farms that can produce more than 1 million eggs a day, and they have a very modern, very advanced system. Their caging is world-class. We're talking about water supply system, feed, ventilation, etc. And management system is very up to date, Total 4.0 and everything. And eggs are processed through a closed system of production chain from collection to washing to packing and delivering, distributing to retail outlets. So a few names, if you can pick out on my slide. Those are the companies that are leading the game. Vietnamese company, we have the Hoa Phát, Ba Huân, and then we have the participation of CP as well, one of the very well-known corporation in the region. San Ha, we have Tobacco, and a few others like Viet Swan and Maybe Farm, etc. They are all investing and picking up their pace on this race toward becoming the champions in the egg industry in Vietnam. Bác Trúc mở mic, bác Trúc ơi. Host, can you please unmute Dr. Trúc?
Được chưa? Được chưa đó ơi?
Dạ rồi, bác nói tiếp đi ạ.
Nhiều công ty còn đã xây dựng cái dây chuyền chế biến trứng để vừa chủ yếu là xuất khẩu, chứ trong nước thì chưa tiêu thụ được bao nhiêu. Ví dụ như bột trứng sấy khô, bột trứng có thể bột trứng cả quả, rồi bột trứng đồng đỏ, trứng bột đồng trắng trứng, rồi trứng vịt muối xuất khẩu, trứng vịt kho, trứng trứng bắc thảo ăn liền, trứng gà sông khói kiểu Hàn Quốc, vân vân, chủ yếu để đa dạng hóa các sản phẩm và phục vụ cả tiêu dùng trong nước và xuất khẩu. Các sản phẩm trứng gà omega, dầu omega, rồi trứng gà DHA, rồi trứng gà vỏ xanh, rồi trứng gà ăn liền DV. Rồi gần đây thì công ty Nam Hưởng, công ty Vĩnh Thành Đạt đã theo sự tổ chức của HSI, tức là Human Society International, đã triển khai cái dự án nuôi gà nhân đạo không dùng chuồng lồng. Đấy, đây là hình là có cái chuồng gà không dùng chuồng lồng của thủ tướng Nam Hưởng.
I would like also to highlight a few companies have invested in processing technology so that they can manufacture processed food, value-added products from eggs. For example, I mentioned the egg powder. So companies can now dry eggs to make them into egg powders or yolk and egg white powder separately. Some companies are producing salted egg, century eggs, mostly for export. We also have products like braised egg, ready to eat braised egg, smoked egg, to supply for a few export markets. Dabaco, for example, is a corporation that have been innovating in producing their egg products. So they have launched products like eggs with extra omega-3 or DHA, enhanced eggs. They have also introduced eggs with green shelves. Or Devi is a company that have a brand that launched ready-to-eat eggs as well. There's another company called the Nam Hưởng Company in Vĩnh Thành Đạt, which the support of HSI, the Humane Society International, they are now carrying out a cageless layer project to make sure that their practice at the farm can promote animal welfare. And the practice is now becoming more humane toward the chickens. You can see in the picture no more very close and tight individual cages for the layers, but they now have more space and they can roam around, etc.
Hi, Mr. Trúc.
Dạ, bác Trúc nói tiếp đi ạ.
We can cover the rest on
đấy. Nhưng mà chuyển sang rồi. Thế bây giờ thì của ngành chăn nuôi gia cầm ở Việt Nam thôi thì chủ yếu bây giờ là chưa có thị trường tiêu thụ ổn định. Cái này nó do ảnh hưởng của dịch bệnh trên người ấy. Dịch bệnh mà thì nó giảm cái mức tiêu thụ đi, rồi biến đổi bất lợi về thời tiết, rồi khí hậu và tăng giá của thức ăn chăn nuôi. Đặc biệt là cái hiện tại ngày 11 đến nay thì thức ăn chăn nuôi tăng giá liên tục. Ở Việt Nam đã tăng đến 9 lần. Thế tăng đến hơn 200%, 300%. Rồi thứ hai nữa là dịch bệnh như cúm gia cầm ở Việt Nam mà vài năm nay nó không lớn nhưng vẫn có tiềm ẩn cái nguy cơ bùng phát, phải làm tăng chi phí sản xuất và thiếu nguồn động cho sản xuất trứng. Thì cái dịch cúm Covid kéo dài thì nó ảnh hưởng tới sản xuất và lưu thông các sản phẩm chăn nuôi, trong đó có trứng gia cầm.
So I'd like to point out a few of the recent challenges and difficulties for the egg industry in Vietnam. So as you can see with the pandemic, the market is very unstable and uncertain. Demand fluctuates because most people have been heavily impacted for their incomes and all of that. And then climate change, and within just the past 12 months or so, even animal feed, right? We have raw materials and ingredients. Their prices have been fluctuating, mostly increasing. For some materials, it's been increasing 9 times now and counting from the beginning of COVID. And then we also worry about bird flu and logistics, supply chain, etc. So with the pandemic prolonging, it will cause more and more negative impacts and damages to the production and distribution of husbandry of poultry products, and particularly eggs.
Yep. Tiếp thôi.
Host, can you please
okay,
the slide, yeah.
2000 quá rồi. Cho cái slide trước đi. Thì phải nói là ngày được quan tâm. Đây. Rồi. Ok. Thì cái năm cũng nói thêm một chút là cái từ năm 2019 thì do cái dịch tả lợn châu Phi bùng phát Việt Nam, cho nên là cái lượng lợn, nguồn cung thịt lợn để cung cấp thị trường giảm đáng kể. Nên là Bộ Nông nghiệp cũng khuyến khích những người chăn nuôi lợn chuyển sang chăn nuôi gia cầm, trong đó có gia cầm lấy thịt, gia cầm lấy trứng. Thế nhưng mà khổ cái là người Việt Nam thì cái chuyển từ thói quen tiêu dùng, từ ăn nhiều thịt lợn sang ăn ít đi, để ăn nhiều cái sản phẩm gia cầm lên thì nó cũng chậm. Cho nên cái lượng sản xuất thì tăng rất nhiều, cho nên nhu cầu tiêu thụ có tăng nhưng không đáp ứng, không phù hợp.
Dạ, để cháu dịch nhanh đoạn này nha bác, để tại vì chúng ta có khá là nhiều câu hỏi từ các đại biểu á. Chị Rose, chị đang nói là chắc là mời mình vào cái phần thảo luận, mình có thể nói chi tiết thêm.
Okay, phần thảo luận rồi.
Yeah. So Mr. Trúc also would like to point out that because of the ASF in pigs, which the outbreak happened in 2019, and the government in Vietnam already encouraged people to switch to more consumption of chicken, and they also try support farmers to switch to raising chicken instead of pigs, but it was not easy for the Vietnamese people. We are one of the country in the region that got so accustomed to using pork as one of the main animal protein. So there's a trend there, but also it's very difficult for people to switch, and that's why the growth of chicken farms have not been as fast as the government expected.
Có một điều đặc biệt nữa trong cái ảnh hưởng Covid thì lợn, thịt gà và các sản phẩm khác thì đều giảm, nhưng mà riêng trứng gia cầm này tăng. Từ tháng 6 tháng 7 bắt đầu tăng và tăng khá cao.
And then we also see the price going up. Of course, pork price have been crazy, but because of very prolonged lockdown in many parts of Vietnam, and our logistic was severely disrupted, and that's why distribution, transportation costs was on the rise, and eggs prices have gone up 20 to 30% versus normal at Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City and a few other industrial zones in the country.
Thì trong mấy tháng là do cái giãn cách về dịch Covid thì người ta dự kiến trứng tăng 20-30%. Đấy. Thì nó có 2 nguyên nhân. Một nguyên nhân là gì, là bản thân trước đó là do cái sản phẩm ứ động nhiều quá thì người ta phải hạ giá bán để nó lỗ cho người ta không. Cái quan trọng thứ hai nữa là gì, là trong cái điều kiện mà Covid vận chuyển khó khăn thì trứng gia cầm này là cơ hội, bởi vì nó dễ vận chuyển, dễ bảo quản, dễ tiêu thụ, cho nên người ta lại quay sang tiêu thụ nhiều trứng gia cầm hơn. Đó. Ở đây thì phải nói ra là cơ hội phát triển của ngành sản xuất trứng gia cầm phải nói là theo chúng tôi là rất còn cao.
But despite all the difficulties, I think there'll be still be a lot of opportunities for chicken eggs because we can indeed protect and transport this product quite easily, and there's always demand. It's very versatile. People are aware of the benefits. So when it becomes difficult for the Vietnamese public to source, to go shopping, to go grocery shopping for food, people would resort to eggs because they're very easy to find, easy to cook, and also easy to transport. So that's why, despite the difficulty, I think there will still be a lot of opportunities ahead. Dạ, cảm ơn tiến sĩ. Bác Cúc ơi, bây giờ chúng ta vào cái phần tọa đàm luôn nha bác, để mình nhận một số câu hỏi từ các đại biểu đó bác.
All right. So I'm going to thank you, Mr. Trúc. I'm going to invite for the next presenter, Mr. Lee Yun-yor. He is from the Federation of Livestock Farmers Association of Malaysia. So, Mr. Lee, are you ready to share what's happening on the layer industry and challenge?
Vâng, chúng ta sẽ nghe từ các đại biểu khác một cái tham luận từ Malaysia trước khi chúng ta quay trở lại gặp tiến sĩ Trúc trong cái phần hỏi đáp phía sau đây ạ. Xin cảm ơn.
Yeah, sure. Good morning, everyone. Good morning for the people from the Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam. My name is Mr. Lee, representing Malaysia Federation Livestock Association of Malaysia. I'm the producer of the layer farm in Malaysia. I indeed industry around 18 years, and my farm will be running about 40 years in Malaysia. Today, I will touch a little bit more on the update of Malaysia production per day, and mainly for the challenging we are facing for these 2 years, especially when the beginning of the pandemic last year, March in Malaysia. So let's go for the next slide. I can say that today we are Malaysia, we are having about 320 eggs per capita a year. I do know that we Malaysian, we love to eat eggs every day. Our population around 38 million population, and we can produce, I think by full capacity, about 33 or 35 million eggs per day. And because of the pandemic this year, we've been reducing around 3 to 4 million eggs approximately there. Because of this COVID-19, our Malaysia government, we are locked down, all the businesses are closure, all this. And today, I can say roughly around 30 million eggs a day or 28 millions around there. I don't have the exact figure. I just assume that we have the 30 million eggs per day. And we are exporting to Singapore around 3 to 3.5 million eggs per day. We used to be export about 5 million eggs per day to Singapore. But 2 years ago, because of the Singapore government, they have the policy for their egg importers to reduce the quota to import the eggs to Malaysia down to 25%. This definitely a big impact affected to our Malaysian producer. Because I can't say that Singapore is the export market for us. Because Singapore, for me, I think is a tradition market for us. We've been working together nearly about 50 to 60 years. We've been selling eggs to Singapore since before the independence of Singapore. So most of the producer layer farm in Malaysia, we already have the productions to export the eggs to Singapore. And today we are speak to our government to have the G2G with the Singapore and try to increase the quota back to the 2 years ago, like the 5 million eggs to Singapore every day. We're still trying for that. And the next slide, please. Because myself is a layer producer in the farmer, I really do know that the struggle and the survival of the producer layer farm we are facing since the beginning of the pandemic and since the beginning of the COVID. So today I will say that the reality of the farmers are facing today in Malaysia. Most of the farmers, I don't say that 90%, I can say 100% of the farmers, we are facing the same issue and same problem we are looking through for these 2 years. The number one big challenge we are facing is a rising feed production cost. This rising feed production cost mainly due to the increase of the soya bean and the maize. We do know that our Malaysia, we do not have any corn and soya bean for ourselves. We are 100% imported from South America, especially from Brazil and Argentina. And from the last year, June to August, we have purchased about $200 per ton of corn and $600. About $300, $300 to $400 per ton of the soya bean. And the beginning of this year, we are facing the rising of these two big raw materials. Today, we have purchased around $350 of the corn and $550 of the soya bean. We'll be increasing more than 70% of these two. And we know as a layer producer, especially outside the nutritionist, we know our feed formulation. These two raw material already stand about 75% of our feed formula. This will definitely increase about 50% of the feed production cost. Other than these two, the ingredients such as the palm oil from the 2,400 ringgit, which is about $300, to today, the palm oil price is nearly about $1,000 to $1,200 of the palm oil. Not only the palm oil, we are facing the ingredient increase like the MDCP, like the vitamins, like the lysines. All these products are from China. And we know that the shipment costs to import all this material from China are the big costs. It's a big problem for us to purchase all this. And due to the increase of the corn and soya bean, we do know that the importers are facing the cash flow problem. And we as the farmers, we don't have we are facing the cash flow as well. So right now, as a producer, as a farmer myself, and outside my farmers outside the Malaysia, I don't think only in Malaysia, I mean in the Southeast Asia or even the world, we all are facing these two big problems. And because of this, because of the COVID-19 begin the last year of the March, we Malaysia, we government, we implement the restriction called MCO, Movement Control Order. We've been locked down since the last year, March 18 to June last year. Then the government reopened the businesses between mid of June to October. And because due to the COVID-19 rises, the positive cases, the government announced that since the last year, October, everything back to the lockdown, and they reopened face by face. And they strictly like the dine-in, only 2% allowed, or some restaurant or cafe, they don't even allow the customer to dine in. This definitely will affect a big impact for the consumption of the eggs. And we can see that the Malaysian, we have the good weather every day. We don't have the four seasons like the China's or the European or the America there. So we love to have our tea section during the night time. We call it the mama store. And because of the closure of all this, and this mama store, we love to eat our fried noodles with 2 eggs on top, or the fried rice with 2 eggs on top. And morning, the breakfast, I know that when you guys visit our Malaysia, you love to eat our nasi lemak, you love to eat our roti canai, and all this include the eggs. Without the eggs, we don't taste nice. So because of this, because of the closure of all these restaurants and all these mama store or outside all the cafe or the big events such as the wedding dinners, the exhibitions, and definitely will impact of the lower demand of the eggs. And you know that the Malaysia and the Thailand or even in Indonesia, we are the country that increase of the tourism. And the Singaporean love to travel to Malaysia during the weekend. And because of the closure of the borders, we definitely have the impact, the demand of the eggs. And because of the demand of the eggs drop, definitely will affect the egg price. We have the oversupply in the markets. What we do, we try to export to Hong Kong, we try to export to the Macau, we try to export to the Maldives or the Timor Laos. Only all these few countries that can absorb the oversupply of the eggs in Malaysia. And we know that the selling price are on the downwards, that definitely will affect our operation, especially our cash flow. And come to the next point, that we are facing the very challenging and very struggle is the manpower. We in Malaysia, we have about 5 to 6 million foreign workers, the country from the Nepal, from Bangladesh, from Indonesia, and some from Myanmar. And because of the foreign workers, when their permit expires and may go back to their country, and they can't travel back to Malaysia and to renew the permit. And today, I can say that we lack around 2 to 3 million. I think less than 50% of foreign workers can't travel back to Malaysia. And this will call us about our layer farm operations, not only the farmer operations, the construction side, the manufacturing side, all we are facing this, the manpower. Because of lack of manpower, we have to let our workers or staff to work overtime. And because of work overtime, we do have to pay extra for the overtime, their salary. And this definitely will increase our cost of production, not only for the feed, even from the salary of the staff and all this. And some senior staff or some farm management can't travel back to work because of we have to train them to work from home, have the close contact for the positive cases, all sort of things. As a layer farmer producer, we do know that our operation, we can't stop. We need to work every day. Our operation, we can't just like the manufacturing, we off the machine, or let's get a rest for 2 days, or let's get a rest for 3 to 6 months because of these COVID-19 cases. Our layer farm, we can't do that. We need to feed our birds every day. We need to collect our eggs every day. We cannot stop our operation. This is the challenge part as a layer producer, not only in Malaysia, I think in the world as well. In the outside ASEAN country, everybody are facing the same problem. We can't stop our operation. Host, go to the next slide, please. Because of the COVID cases at our premises, we have the SOP to follow. We have to self-quarantine for all the suspected staff. We have to give them the medical care, and all sort of things will increase our production costs. And they will give a lot of headache when we run through our operations. Because that, like, for example, that the feed mills, we used to have the 20 or 30 workers in the feed mills. And because of the positive cases due to their families, or because of the close contact to other people, which have the positive cases, we need to have the self-quarantine there. This will affect our operation. And the vaccination program in our farm, the biosecurity in our farm, we have to work all this through during these 2 years pandemic time. And just now that I mentioned the increase of the price of the corn and soybean, not only challenge for these 2 years, I'm pretty sure that the coming years, the 2022 or even the 2023, we are facing the same problem. So as a farmers, I know that we have the long road to recover. We still have the challenging years ahead of us. And not only that, the supplier channels, our production capacity, decrease of the trade activities. Because of the supplier, they themselves also facing the positive cases in their premises. They couldn't supply us the raw materials or the ingredients or the product that we purchase on time. Just I give you a very good example, just the egg packaging, the egg trays. Because of the lockdown in Malaysia, the newspaper, the old newspaper, the paper bulk, all this, they are closure of their manufacturing, the production side. That will affect the production of the egg trays. So we are facing the shortage of the egg trays. And some of the egg tray company or the factory, they do have the positive cases in the staff in their own premises. They have to close for 14 days to monitors, or even longer than 14 days. After the 14 days, maybe another 3 to 4 months, they face the same problem. So this definitely will affect the supply, the ingredients, supply the product that we purchase. So I'm pretty sure can tell you that this is a very, very challenging, I can say very challenging. We can't sleep well as the poultry layer farmers during these 2 years. And the next slide, we can see the site operation. The solution included new protocol and site flows that we have to communicate to all key employees. We have to have the limited seating in canteens and communal areas. We have to practice all this social distancing, all the SOP. And the next one is the transport and logistics. Because of the lockdown in Malaysia, our government very strict on the roadblock checks to make sure that you only travel when you have to purchase your household goods, or even that we are working as essentials. that allow you to travel on the road and travel to your working premises or your office. So because of all these road projects, it will delay us to deliver our eggs to our customers, or even our supplier delays when they deliver the goods to us, all these sort of things. So it is a new norm, you know, it is a new norm for us for the coming years. We have to practice a new norm. We have to find the alternative solution. What is going to happen when all these positive cases or events, the delays or the logistic, the delay of our supplier to supply to us, what should we do? We have to find a new solution. We have to practice a new norm for our new farming operation in the coming years. Next slide, please, host. So here I highlight a few key points that we are challenging during our pandemic years. The high feed cost definitely is ridiculous, and the COVID care at our premises. Low consumption definitely because of the tourism. No more tourists travel into our countries. No more foreign workers, the new foreign workers coming back to our country, and the supplier support. Because of the cash flow, we do understand there are difficulties as well because of the increase of the corn and soya bean. For example, last time when they purchased 1,000 tons of corn, maybe they used about few $millions. And now because of increase of more than 70% of all these two big raw materials, the importer, they need multi-millions, maybe 10 or 20 million to purchase same amount of the corn and soya bean. We do understand that. So we have to face the challenge together. And the next one will be the floating price, lower price, transport and logistic. Some drivers facing the COVID-19 positive, they have to be quarantined on the last minute. Then we have to deal it. We have to find the replacement, how to deliver our eggs to our customers, how our supplier to deliver goods to us. I do know that just now I mentioned that we farming, especially the layer farm, we can't stop our operations. And the next one, the challenging side is the manpower as well. So the next slide, I can say that I just highlight a few key strategies. What should we do? How do we overcome? How do we practice our new norm for the layer production in our operation for the coming 2 to 3 years until the WHO find the treatment for our COVID-19 patients? Right now, the vaccination, just the prevention for us to spreading the virus. It's not the treatment to cure the COVID-19 virus. Before the treatment implement in the world, we have to practice our new norm. We have to have a new operation, the SOP, how to control, what is the solutions. First, the first key point that we have to do as a farmer, that we have to reduce our production. Because of the eggs, the price that is Malaysia, we offer the price due according to our demand and supply. This is the commodity products. Commodity product is for the demand and supply market. So we have to reduce our production to meet for the demand of the markets. We can't overproduce. We can't oversupply to the markets. This will kill us, because for the coming 2 years, I don't think that the demands will increase dramatically like the past 5 years before the COVID-19 cases. And the next one is the control and tighten out the SOP. In this, I can highlight a few keywords here. It's not only Malaysia, the SOP that we have to follow. I think it's other country is doing the same thing to control the SOP that we have to do it now, like the disease control preventions, the internal safety control. We have to buy the self-test kits to test for our workers and staff every 2 weeks. This I'm pretty sure that all the industry, not only the layer farmers, include the contractors, the manufacturing side, everybody are practicing this. We have to test our workers every 2 weeks. And we have to practice work from home. We have to separate 2 groups of people working in the office and working in our farm operation. In case they have the positive cases happen in our farm, we still do have another group of people back up the people that infected the COVID positive patients. So we have to make sure that our workers all are 100% vaccinated, and I'm very happy to say that Today, Malaysia, we achieved 90% vaccination rate. And soon, by December, I can say that we can achieve adult 95%. And we hope that the government will slowly open up the borders, open up the business operations. And we do hope that we can back to our normal life. And the step 3, please go down, host. All right. What is the replacement of the feed meal? We have to find the alternative because of the increase of the corn and soya bean. We have to find the alternative raw material, such as the rice bran, the palm kernel cake, or even we're using the canola meals to reduce the usage of the soya bean. All sorts of things. We have to have the discussion with our nutritionists. We hope the professionals can help us, help our farmers, how to reduce our feed production costs during this pandemic year, because the rising of the price of these 2 big raw material. In Malaysia, we are 100% imported in, and we are lucky to say that we still have a little bit alternative ingredients to reducing using the corn and soya bean. And step 4, the number 4, the important part is we as a farmer, we need to cooperate together. We cannot be the lone rangers. We need to work together to standardize our productivity or even our egg price. We have to work together. What is the demands? What is the supply of our markets? This is very important, not only in Malaysia. I do hope that the Asian country outside Malaysia, that all the farmers, we have to be sitting down together, and we have to cooperate together to make sure that we produce enough the eggs to the consumers at the standards productivity. We don't oversupply, okay? And the number 5 is strengthen the customer relations. Because of this, the pandemic year, many people were worried about the safety of the eggs. Just now I can say the 2 speakers, we have the guests asking the salmonella issue, all this. We have to give the knowledge of the eggs safety to our consumers to make sure that our farm are free from COVID-19 virus. We are practice a SOP protocol implemented by our governments. We follow the salmonella practice by our veterinary department services in Malaysia. We have to make sure that our eggs is clean, our eggs are safe, and our eggs are healthy to serve to our consumers. And number 6 is a variety of purchasing source. Like just now I mentioned that we need to find the alternative. We need to find the new solutions when the egg trays the egg trays factory that couldn't supply us during the 1 to 2 weeks time. What should we do? And the supplier that couldn't supply us the goods during the pandemic time, and what should we do? And this we can share all this knowledge between our farmer ourselves, and we do hope that and today I hope that the Indonesia, Thailand, or Vietnam, the experts or even the farmers, we can share our knowledge. We can share our solution. We can share what is a new norm practice for our farmers. Before the end of my presentation, I'm sorry to say that I give a very simple presentation. I give the presentation that the farmers, the producer, what is happening in Malaysia now. I never really update the amount, the egg that produced in Malaysia. When just later on, when the open topics, Q&A, anyone can ask me what is the egg markets in Malaysia right now. But before the end of my presentation, I do hope that we encourage more people to eat more eggs. I love to eat eggs, and I hope that everyone stays safe. Anyone, producer and the farmers, we fight for our egg producer, and we hope that we can survive during this pandemic year. And good luck, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. This is the voice of the layer farmers and who do the volunteer work at the association FLFAM as well. Very impressive number, 320 eggs per capita. That's pretty high, but I guarantee that every meal of Malaysia has an egg. So Malaysian people like to have bakery which is using egg, and the poultry drive market is in Malaysia. So we will come back to Q&A with Mr. Lee later on together with the rest of the panelists. Next session will be our speaker from Thailand. So he is also working with the egg board or on the egg promotion. So he is involved from the very beginning of promotion of World Egg Day in Thailand. So may I invite Dr. Kitti Sapchukun. He is veterinarian doctor and he also owns his company, also the name Genetis Biotech. So please, Dr. Kitti.
Thank you, Khun Rose. Welcome to the World Egg Day. Right? Thank you for invitation for today. I want to share the many things in Thailand that we happen in the layer and egg business in Thailand. And the next step that we know that egg market is very challenging. Then Thailand, we have the egg board, and then egg board, we create the egg strategy to monitor, to implement many things in our country. But the important thing that I want to share to all of you is our egg promotion that we said is 300 egg, 300 egg is we want everyone to have the egg. Look like the Malaysia, okay, today you are 320. In Thailand, we start the World Egg Day 8 years ago. In the beginning, we start with one Eggcellent. But for today, after COVID, we have affect something. Okay, we will talk for this thing, right? This is our topic for today, right? Okay, I would like to, I would like to start from the first thing, the layer and egg business in Thailand. In Thailand, we have the mixing from the integrated, from the farm, from the small farm. Totally of the farmer in Thailand, we have the 150,000 farms. From the hen-on production, it's 51 million birds. And for the hen day of the egg, it 42 million. Most of the egg that we produce, we local consumption, but just only 1 or 2% only that we export. Export to, okay, once to Malaysia, to Singapore, once in Hong Kong or in the Middle East, something like this. For today, after we work very hard, the farmer today have the margin because our price is more than the cost. The cost in Thailand is 2.7 baht per egg, and the price is increasing. In Thailand, during this period is a vegetable period that the egg is dropped, but this year is quite maintained for the higher. And that we talk about the World Egg Day. In Thailand, we use the World Egg Day for increase the egg consumption. We run many campaigns. This year we have effect from the COVID. The egg consumption dropped to 2 to 6, right? For the per capita. Okay, this is one thing, is a key data in Thailand. If we talk about the producer in Thailand that I mentioned before, we have the big farm. The big farm, most of the big farm is in the eastern part and the central part of Thailand. Totally of Thailand, we want to increase our standard. Once the government let the many farm to be the standard farm. Standard farm is the good manufacturing, good manufacturing practice, right? This is one thing, is a standard. Now is the 62% of our production is in the standard farm. And another thing that we want to create the whole picture of the egg in the standard. Okay, farm standard. The next step is the egg collection center is standard too. Everyone, if you want to increase your high production or high capacity, you have to registration in the standard farm in the GMP. For example, this one is one thing that we coordination with many producers. Another thing in Thailand, we coordination, and then we have the factory to bring the table egg to the egg processing. This is one thing that we do in our country a lot. Okay, one thing that is challenge is look like many countries is a higher cost of the raw material. Is the impact from the corn or soybean. It's the same story as the many problem. In Thailand, we have the big problem from this thing too. Okay, that I mentioned before. If we compare this year and last year, okay, this year the farmer is happy because the cost lower than the selling price. Another thing that we will mention for today, right? In Thailand, we control the population, we control the parent stock. Then we have to manage the supply on the upstream, and then we manage the middle stream and increase the end stream from this thing. For this, okay, we want to increasing the egg consumption to 250 again in this year. Okay, this is one thing that's an overview in our country. Another thing that I mentioned to you before, the successful of Thailand is mean the coordination is a partnership. In Thailand, we create the one organization we call the Egg Board. Egg Board, they have the vision. We want to sustainable industry through the quality of life of the people. Then if the quality of life of the people is higher, the people will buy more and eat more for the egg. This is our vision from this. The strategy for this thing, we starting from the sustainable egg industry by sustainable layer farm and develop the quality of life of the trust of the people trust in the egg under the innovation and develop technology. This is the process that we do for the action. For this, okay, in the action, we manage the number one, we manage the parent stock in the upstream. Another thing, we develop the farmer, develop the farm to be the standard farm, let the farm to join together to be the association, to be the cooperation. And the next thing, in the next step, we will create the Eggcellent. And very important that I mentioned you before, the egg processing and egg standardization is very important because if our egg is not quality, the people will blame or eat less in the egg. Another thing that we want to create, okay, after we have the mains from the upstream, we have to increase the downstream by promotion for the 300 egg promotion campaign. And another thing that we will do in this year is mean egg to school. Right? This is a very big project in this year. For more understand in our market, we have the egg board. The egg board will create the standard farm and egg standard, and we demand and supply promotion. This is a cycle of that we do in Thailand. Okay, from the egg board, we launching the 300 egg per capita. The first thing that is look like in the morning that the Suresh on Kalpana talk about one thing is very important is mean how many egg, what is the egg recommend dairy intake. In our country, we start this thing with the Department of Health, not from ourselves. We coordination with the Department of Health in the Ministry of Public Health. Talk together, please recommend the egg consumption because this one is come from the Department of Health is easy to communicate it to everyone in our country. Okay, after that they create look like the circle like this. From starting from the infant 6 months, okay, you can our children can eat the egg yolk, and after that for the 7 to 1 year they can eat all egg. After that the children 1 to 5 years they can take an egg a day. For the teenage they can take an egg every day. For the working age, you can take egg every day. And from the big problem that we talk a lot in this moment, maybe the elderly, healthy, you can take egg every day. And the parent have the big problem from the high pressure or diabetes. This one can just skip an egg, something like that. And the special one is the pregnant from the lactation. If the population in Thailand can eat the egg like this, the consumption will be increased to 300 egg per capita. Then the 300 egg capita is come from the this suggestion. After that, we create the egg promotion that I told you before 8 years ago that we very heavy to do in this thing. For the second step, first step, we have a good recommendation. The second step, we talk about the story of egg. We educate the people for the benefit. For example, egg is good for health, good for brain, good for heart, good for the eye, and good for the whole body. This is one thing. Egg fit for everyone. Egg good for the standard. Okay. After that, the government they create the egg okay. It's maybe if you the farmer or the consumer can see this size, mean this egg is standard. We call it egg okay. After that, okay, it's a big step that we talk a lot in this thing in the cholesterol, because if we talk about the egg promotion, everyone talk about the cholesterol. Once we use the picture from the time 2, we educated in the beginning, they said that egg not good, but for today, egg is good for health, good for the cholesterol, not a problem. After that, we recommend the people to eat more egg and talk about to the HDL, LDL. I think that at this moment is a very successful. The key point of this thing, not working by us, is that we work close with the medical school, because we let the doctor to set this thing. We coordination with them, we do the research with them, and after that we launching this program via the medical school. This is a keyword of this thing. And then the next is for the children. Children is very important. In Thailand, we have the school runs. We implement the egg menu in the school run totally. At this moment, we have the 40 menu in the school runs. After that, we do this thing with the 5 ministry in Thailand, starting from the agriculture, health, education, the internal, and the last one is a commercial. It's a 5 ministry. We join together. We have the MOU, and after that, we will launch this program. We recommend to use 3 eggs per week from the egg school. Look like the Kalpana said, we have the study that if the children take 3 eggs per week, their protein level is increasing, and then they can take more vitamin A, calcium, and iodine. This is one thing that they can solve all of this problem. Then for this method that we do, we coordination from the farmer join together, and after that we coordination with the education school, with the education ministry to put the program of school runs, coordination with the Ministry of Health to set up the school run program and monitor. And after that, we suggest people to do this thing from our children. This is one thing that we will launch for this year. If we success in this program, the per capita we increase 6 eggs per capita, because we increase more in the children. Okay, this is all thing that we talk about the story of egg. In Thailand, we have the keyword. One thing that we said that give egg to your loved ones. รักไข่ให้กินไข่. This one thing is very, very important. And then from the story of egg is one thing that we successful in our country. I think Thailand is one of example for World Egg Day in our ASEAN country. If you have any question, Thailand will be the can consult everything for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
So very interesting. Whoever you love, give them eggs. That is the slogan, give egg to your loved one. So Dr. Kitty is the key driver in terms of the private sector to support the egg board to achieve this. Very interesting.
Yes, very important.
Yeah, I myself Thai, so I know that I will listen to the medical doctor. The strategy of the Thailand government is to involve the medical school in order to give the knowledge on egg nutrition as well.
Yeah, for this one, in the first year we do in Sirila, just 1 hospital, and in the second year we do 5 medical schools.
Yeah.
Yep.
So very nice. And we are going to ask more from Dr. Kitti in a session. The next one is another country that has a big population and also very internationalized country, getting influence from Western a lot. And also with the cooperation that I have our speaker here, she is Miss Cecile Alduesa. She is from BEPCO. BEPCO is Batangas egg producer corporation. So Batangas is one of the city near the Manila. So Miss Cecile has worked a lot on the World Egg Day, and she may share about the promotion on the competition on TikTok to you guys that how Philippines doing. So let's hear from Miss Cecile, and if you want to hear more about how they run the program, we can go to the Q&A session later on. Yes, Cecile, stage is yours.
For the nice introduction about the Philippines and PEPCO. Good day, everyone. My name is Cecile, and I'm the Managing Director of Egg Innovation Hub and a social enterprise for the egg industry in the Philippines, which we call PEPCO. I'm also a social entrepreneur, and I have been helping the industry for the past 5 years. So let me share with you the market situation in the Philippines. Egg is nutritious, sustainably produced, and a local food, and it's available in all seasons, wherever you go, or wherever you are, or wherever you live. And that is also the case here in the Philippines. The Philippines is self-sufficient on eggs, but it is vulnerable. As when we say sufficient, egg meets the 4 Global Food and Nutrition Security Index, i.e. affordable, available, safe, and resource resilient. However, the challenges now for the industry is actually giving some risks on the availability and affordability of eggs, as well as the sustainability for the industry. But nonetheless, let me share with you, this is the situation in the Philippines. As you are aware, the Philippines is a big archipelago, which you can actually put into a size of an egg. 13% of the residents is in the urban city of Metro Manila, and the biggest egg production centers are very near Manila. That is in Calabarzon, where Batangas is. We supply around 36.2% of the Philippines' egg. And then, of course,
boarding in progress.
Or the Luzon total of roughly around 28.9. With the demographics of 110 million people, chicken laying flock inventory is around 60.64, with an aspiration of all Filipinos eating 1 egg a day. We still have a lot of growth to catch up. Over the past 3 years, there's actually a 7.1% average growth. However, this growth is mostly catered to Visayas and Mindanao. But given the pandemic, the demand for eggs at household level has improved, but the reduction of the institutional client has caused some excess or surplus, and therefore has reduced the price at farm gate level. This is the Philippine egg industry. As you can see, there are a few big players or integrators who actually cuts across the value chain. The big players are members of the Philippine Association of the Breeder Layers Incorporated, and they actually supply the breeders, or they provide the DOP or the ready-to-lays for the layer farmers. Almost 98 or 99% of our grandparents' stock are imported abroad, and they are hatched here, and they produce the needed layers for the various regions. But there is actually a concentration of breeders in the North Luzon, but eventually the Visayas and the Mindanao are catching up. The problem brought about by the pandemic has caused some recalibration as well as repositioning of where to put the various value chain players. Unlike in other agriculture subsector, in eggs, there are a number of independent commercial players. The small farmers, which has around the capacity of 10,000 layers up to less than 50,000, and they do backward integration. They produce their own feeds, and then they do their own distribution of eggs. For some of the associations, like in BEPCO, we've become an innovation hub wherein we do the egg processing, we do the egg research and development to be able to help the farmers serve this and make this export ready and reach more consumers. Recently, the government also launched several other projects for the smallholder farmers that has been impacted by the ASF. So these smallholder farmers were given a egg module, a small egg module to be able to have livelihood. So with that concentrated effort, there is actually a huge growth of the Philippine layer industry for the past 3 years. And this actually is anticipated to grow more, and some are being discouraged because there is now a very low farm gate prices versus the cost of production. As an industry, we are now in the process of creating our own roadmap, and this is the ecosystem. There is about, in terms of value, the egg production in last 2020 is 74.16 billion pesos. But beyond that, there are so many interrelated activities in this ecosystem. The pandemic has caused a change of landscape. As you have seen earlier, most of the egg production centers are in Luzon. But because of the movement restriction and the increasing cost, there has been recalibration already to put up a real ecosystem or ecosystem in the various areas in Visayas and Mindanao. And of course, given the risk, the continuing risk of biosecurity or the bird flu, production areas, identified production centers are now being considered to be biosecured and to be able to have the relevant support for the farms and for processing as well as for markets. So the 2020, you have seen some increase in prices of eggs. This is because egg becomes the go-to food. It's easy to cook and it's relatively cheaper than the rest of the other protein sources. However, with the growth that has catch up in 2021, the farm gate prices has dropped. That's why there is a concern on how we can ensure the sustainability of egg industry. But there are a lot of opportunities, and one of which is to be able to integrate this with the inputs or in the crops, and of course, to use innovation, to use science-based, and to use research and development to be able to address the concern and make the industry sustainable. So the impact of COVID-19 as a whole had changed the food system policy. Right now, we are looking to be able to sustainably feed a growing population in this new normal. And the Sustainable Development Goal of ending hunger, achieving a food security and improved nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture is definitely very relevant to the egg industry, given that egg is a solution and given that egg is highly nutrient dense that can feed the Filipinos and make us healthier. As I said, the challenge for us is how to make egg consumption in the Philippines better. There is actually a 25% protein malnutrition recorded, and we therefore are looking on how to make eggs more accessible to the Filipinos, given that our infrastructure is not yet fully developed. There are means and ways that we are doing to be able to address this. So for the past 5 years, we do have some programs to be able to use egg as a nutrient-dense and affordable food to address the concern of poverty and nutrition. So over the past 5 years, we're doing product innovation. Eggs, ready-to-eat eggs are now in the market. We do this at a retail as well as institutional. And in terms of making a sustainable model, the egg industry are looking for solutions to be able to address waste, and that's why we have pilot a closed loop farming model. Additionally, during the event of egg gluts, which had happened after our first bird flu, the industry can now produce a locally manufactured egg powder, and it will be able to address the concern of making eggs easier to transport. In the last 2020 and this year 2021, the collaboration across all the stakeholders of the egg industry had helped us to create a dimension of a community-based selling, being able to participate in online marketing, and coming up with a model for the local egg production. We are now in the process of completing our layer roadmap, which within this month we should be able to sign off, and a commitment to make the egg industry a sustainable industry here in the Philippines. And this year, we also launched to address the concern of malnutrition and address the concern of health. And as you have heard earlier, the great benefit of egg will benefit the youth. And you know, around 43% of the population of the Philippines are 23 years old and below. And having said that, we created this egg consumption campaign, which we call Lodi ang Itlog. It means egg is superb, and we entice the youth to be able to eat eggs on a daily basis. So this platform is a joint collaboration with the various private stakeholders across all the industry players from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And of course, in partnership with Task Force Zero Hunger, an interagency task force created by the government to be able to address hunger and malnutrition. And all the materials and all the other programs that this campaign that we have developed is in coordination with the various government agencies such as the National Nutrition Council, the Department of Agriculture and its agencies, as well as the Department of Science and Technologies and its agencies. So we do have a lot of things to do to ensure that the Philippine egg industry further develop and continues to be a sustainable business and leapfrog and create a better agriculture and better enterprise for all the Filipinos. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecile. I loved it, and the hunger and the malnutrition. So we will together improve that. Cecile, I have one question before go to the next presenter. How many eggs per consumption per capita right now?
Right now, the industry estimate is we are just at 150 eggs per.
All right, so 150 eggs. So we are going to next presenter first, and then we will come back to question session later on. Now we have our big brothers, the largest population in ASEAN from Indonesia. So may I invite Dr. Didi Kusmanangkali. So Dr. Didi, are you ready? I pass the floor to you. We are a little bit like behind, but we can give you time to will reduce the question session. All right, Dr. Didi, please.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you for the time for me to share my experience as a poultry veterinarian in Indonesia. Thank you also for Mr. Lee, Cecil, and Dr. Kitty for their presentation. I think we're facing the same situation, same condition in poultry Indonesia in our country. Okay, let me introduce myself as a poultry veterinarian from Indonesian Poultry Veterinarian Association. We work almost 20 years in Indonesia, serving the poultry farmer, advocating and also consulting for poultry health and their business. Okay, the first, next slide, please. Indonesian poultry industry, the industrial biological industry of this poultry is a key for sector of economy, our economy nationals, supplying around 65% of animal proteins and employing 10% of the national labor force. The potential for growth is huge, consistent with expectation of rising GDP per capita. The production process has evolved and modernized. The market is dominated by 6 main company players. These 6 men will manage the GPS for layer chickens. 3 foreign company operating in feed production, and 2 company is the main day-old productions. Okay, next. I want to introduce the segmentation in our countries that consists of 4 segments. First is the big farmers. It is independent poultry farm, around 50%. The population of this farm is around 50,000 chicken, up to 1 million chickens in a company. And then is in the middle poultry farm. The population is between 15,000 to 50,000 chickens layers. And then the third is the small poultry farm. The population in this farm is between 1,000 to 15,000 chickens. And the rest is integrated company. The shareholders is only 2% because of our regulations limit to the poultry integrators. It is different with broilers. They are dominated the management of broilers industry, almost 90%, and the rest is 10% independent poultry farm. So it is the contrary between broiler industry and layer farm industry. Next, please. Our egg production, you can see in the pictures from 1999 to 2017. The populations for this decades is around 200 million. Up till 2020 is 250 million of layer chickens. From this population, our production average is 80%. So next, please. Okay, our human population is 270 million, and our population of layer chicken now decreased because of the pandemic situation, around 220 million chickens. But we are facing a very low egg consumption. That we estimate the egg consumption per capita is around 6.2 kg. This is only for chicken eggs, because we still have another chicken, this native chicken and duck chickens. So we average the consumption for poultry egg is around 10 kg or 120 eggs per 1 year. So apparently it is around 10 eggs per month. This is according to FAO states, and it is increase around 7 to 6% than previous years. Historically, egg consumption per capita in Indonesia reached an all-time around 6.2 kg in 28, but now we predict that this consumption will be decreased because of the pandemic situations, lower income, and also the situations. If we compare to another country, like in Malaysia, we are only 20% or 25% for egg consumption in Malaysia. Also to another country like Singapore and Thailand. Okay, next please. In layers poultry industry, we have around 32,000 grandparent stock population. It is divided into 6 companies. They can import the GPS stock from US and France and European countries. So the totally from 32,000 GPS, we will produce 60 parent stocks. One GPS produce 60 parent stock, and then one parent stock will produce 150 commercial stock. So totally from 32,000 grandparent stock will produce 1,920 million parent stock, and from this will produce around 220 million commercial stocks for 65 weeks period. If we calculate 1 year is 52 weeks, so the productions for 1 year is 177 million of commercial stock or day-old chicks. This day-old chicks prices normally is 10,000 rupiah. It is normally priced for day-old chick, layered day-old chicks. So if we calculate the value of totally production 1 year layered day-old chick is 1.77 trillion Indonesian rupiah. But it is in normal condition. I already checked yesterday the price of layered day-old chick only 2,000, so only 20% from normal price. But only limited farmer buy this day-old chicks. Next please. How we calculate the layer production cost? We know that Indonesia is not efficient in production cost for poultry farm. The feed cost is very high. If we assume that feed consumption for 1 year is 30 kg, so for 750 million kg feed is needed for feeding the layers, and the price of feed is 6,000 per kg. So the cost for all feed for layer is 45 trillion Indonesian rupiah. So this is the cost for feed for layer chickens for 1 year. This layer chickens needed medicine like vaccine because of the population, also for health management. The healthy cost for chicken layers is around 10,000 per chicken per year. It is for medicine and also for vaccines. Totally, the cost for medicine and vaccine is 2.5 trillion Indonesian rupiah. Why we inform you about this? Because Indonesia now has some exporter of veterinary pharmaceutical company, and they can export the product to 90 countries in the world. So this is also important for egg production. Whereas the biological industry, the biological company needs a specific eggs for their production. Okay, next please. Now we want to calculate the marketing of chicken eggs. In 2019, egg production about 4.8 million tons. So we calculate Indonesian produce 30,000 ton metric ton per day. From this calculate, if in normal condition, the price of egg is 20,000 Indonesian rupiah per kg. So for 1 year, the value of eggs of chicken egg is 96 trillion a year. It is for totally egg production in 1 year. And if we calculate the rest of rejects of GPS, parent stock, and commercial plan, this is because of the replacement. We calculate this is around 150,000 ton chicken meat, and the price of chicken meat is 20,000 per kg. So the value for rejected stock is around 3 trillion Indonesian rupiah. So if totally for the value for layer chicken in 1 year, it is around Indonesian rupiah 149 or 150 trillion Indonesian rupiah. So we can imagine this is only for layer chicken. For broiler, we have 2 times bigger than this value. Okay, next please. This is the pictures of egg price before pandemic. Normally it's between 20 to 10.5 Indonesian rupiah per kg, but now decrease 14,000 to 15,000 kg per kg X kg. So it is a very bad situation because the break-even point for 1 kg for independent poultry farm is 18. So they are lost around 3,000 to 4,000 Indonesian rupiah per kg. We estimate if the situation is not better, if there is no campaigns or there are no government subsidization for feeding, for other subsidization, our small farmer will be bankrupt in maybe in the end of this year. But hopefully this will not happen to our poultry farmers. Okay, next please. Next slide, please. Cost. We can see from back to before slide, please. Yes, we can compare that egg price in Indonesia is higher than in European Union. Also, the same situation after 2022 and before the pandemic situation. This is because the production cost is very high due to the corn price, maize price, and other imported raw material for feed. Next, please. This is the data, the comparison between Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, about the breast meat, eggs, price. between 5 countries. You can see that the comparison of this price is almost the same, look almost the same, but the range from the lower price and the highest is very high, and it is almost like this. The price almost fluctuations day to day. Okay, next please. So now we want to inform you about the situation in our poultry industry industry after the pandemic situation. It is starting last March, so it is around 50 months. Our farmers facing the problem. First is egg price dishes. It is because the low consumption and many activity is stopped due to the pandemic, and also due to the low income of the people. And the second problem is the poultry feed high cost. This is because our government stopped the importation of corn, and the local availability of local corn is very limited also. This is the reason why the farmers buy the corn around 2%, 20% to 30% higher than the normal condition. This is situation until now still make our farm worry about this. So the political poultry industry in Indonesia is going hot, and some farmers plan to make an action, I mean an demonstration to the government. Another factors why our production cost is high is the logistic price and supply chains. We can see that from corn's central production to the seaports, and from the seaport to feed mill, the cost will be increased around 35%. There is the problem because Indonesia consists of the islands, and the spreading of corn centrals is different with the feed mill and also poultry farm central industry. Since last 3 years, government of Indonesia stopped the importing corn because they want to protect the corn farmers, but the impact is the corn increase very high. The low demand consumption, we can inform you that it is around 30% decreases. If the egg traders sells 30 eggs in one day, now only 20 eggs for one day. So 30 to 35% decrease the low demand consumption. And the corn supplier, the local corn supplier now is dominated by integrator company. So if we learn from the social media that corn is still available, it is only in integrator company, but not in small farmer. Indonesia has no egg processing or industry until now. It is different with Thailand. I think Thailand more than 10 processing company. I heard from the presentation before, it's around 15 processing plant. This is the problem why we facing overstocks and oversupply, and it is the problem because the egg cannot store it more than 2 weeks. Also for eggs for industrial good, we know that our biological company already export to 90 countries, so they are need SPF eggs and also general pathogen free for immunoglobulin products. Until now, Indonesian biological company still importing the SPF eggs in a large quantity. So we stimulate the Asian farmer to start thinking how to set up the SPF farm. Okay, next slide, please. This the various egg product. We are talking about egg for consumption. Yes, we know that egg is magic pill for health and also for math, for thinking, and for intelligence. This is the eggs powders, white egg powder, egg yellow powder, and the whole egg powder. That is important for cake industry, for another food. But I want to show you we are starting producing the omega-3, the health eggs, vitamin A and selenium eggs, essential egg, and probiotic egg. And it is the eggs for vaccine and also for immunoglobulin production. And the last is for cosmetics. We know that eggs contains high protein, and the protein important for health skin. Okay, thanks. This is my important part as a veterinarian. We know that there is so many poultry diseases, so we are trying to prevent that and to treat. In others, our eggs production is free from germ, free from bacteria, free from microbial, and free from residue of antimicrobial or antibiotics. So that we are have planning how to prepare the poultry farms more hygiene, more healthy, and better management. We have a platform for poultry health. It is contents of 7 items. Next, please. Yes, we write this in the conclusion that we have poultry health platform. It is contain the biosecurity program, vaccination, good nutrition, management, metaphylaxis, and antimicrobial stewardship. This one is a newer program that we will introduce to all our veterinarian and all our farmer. It is will be a good management for farmer to use the antimicrobial only if they have problem with disease. I think it is also important for our friend in other countries that our layers chicken industry now have problem almost the same with other country because of the pandemic situations. And then small farmer need help because they are problematic of the lack of the capital, lack of technology, and some problem and some other problem. And last conclusion is poultry farming partnership is needed, including small poultry farmer cooperation, with integrated company, with the government, with university for better technology, and also for for cooperation and social movement. Okay, next slide. Oh, I think this is the end of my presentation. We are sorry for the simple presentation. We hopefully we can meet again with better presentation. Thank you, and Ross.
All right, Termekasi. So right now I want to invite all my panelists to be together here. Then we are going to have a short question and answer. But first of all, while waiting, ladies and gentlemen, I may delay a bit, like 10 minutes, because there are a lot of questions coming in, especially to learn from each other. And I hope we can be the platform that the ASEAN layer group can share. We get Dr. Kitty share on how to promote egg consumption. Miss Cecile doing on the cooperation, which Pepco already do the innovation of the egg product. Mr. Lee mentioned about very interesting number, 320 eggs per capita, which is very high. Dr. Didi summarized on the things, but in overall, I can see that we are now under the issue, like the agriculture security issue in terms of we rely pretty much on importation of the feed production, and also the egg safety is another concern from the question we get in the morning session. Mr. Lee addressed very clear on collaboration and communication, and again, Dr. Didi said small farmer will be closed down. So I think some of the trend already see in Thailand and see in Philippines, so coming on. And also the education is very important from what we can learn from Thailand on joining with the medical school. All right, so I want to go to Mr. Lee first. When you said the challenge of Malaysia, the number of 320 is very impressive, and I see that you also do the your country also do the export. As the layer farmers, I think take the head of FLFAM out. Layer farmer, how you see the way to make the layer industry survive?
To make the industry survive, just now we said a very impressive figure, the 320 eggs. I can say that in Malaysia, our layer producer, as a farmers, our layer industry in Malaysia, we are quite matured, and our market already are matured since the year 2000s, and our population only around 35-36 millions, and we do have produce around 33 to 34 million eggs per day. And just now that I mentioned that the export market to Singapore, the one that is been happened since the Singapore before their independence. They already is in our traditional markets. And the Singapore governments, these 2 years, they have the own policy. They want to produce their own food to like 70-30. They mean that 70% is from outside Singapore, and 30% they want to produce by themselves. And like the farmers in Malaysia, that how we want to survive, that very important is that we need to have know the demands. We have to know the number of the demands that the market can consume, can absorb. We cannot expand through our I call it the blindly expansions. We cannot just the expand that I want to build 500,000 eggs per day for the new farm, that I don't care the market demands. And this not only kill for the big farm and even the small and medium farm, we all struggle together. Just now the Dr. Kitty said that the Thailand, the small farm are closing down. I very sorry to say that in Malaysia, we are facing this issue as well. Many farmers that produce less than 50,000 eggs per day, they are slowly closing down their farming. And now that used to have like small farm, I can say that like 20,000-30,000 eggs. I don't see this farm exist in Malaysia anymore. in coming 1 to 2 years. Like today, maybe the small farm, I can say around 100 to 150,000 eggs per day is considered is a small farm. And maybe the another 2 to 3 years, maybe 500,000 eggs per day considered a small farm in Malaysia. The number of farmers are reducing in Malaysia, but the number of eggs are increasing in Malaysia. You get what I mean? The farm that the big farm, the top 5 or top 10 farm are expanding, increasing their productions, and the farmers that the small and medium farm are slowly closing down their farming business because the how to say that the cost of the production may be a little bit higher than the big farm. This is what I can give you my key point.
Yeah. I also heard from Pa Didi mention about the big farm for them. It ranges from 50,000 to 1 million. It's very big gap.
Yeah. 50,000, 1 million. So today I can say that produce more than 1 million eggs per day in Malaysia. The farm around 6 to 7 farm in Malaysia.
Yeah. So Mr. Lee, there is one comment when you presentation, right, on the chat saying, Mr. Lee, just reduce number of egg and raising the price. You see that?
I can just say that reduce the production, increase the price, because in Malaysia we do have the anti-profiteering act. We do have an act that we cannot sit down together to increase the price. I can say that reduce the production according to the demand of the markets, so that we can sell the better price. We can sell above the production price, above the production cost. Because like right now in Malaysia, I can say that the past 1 year, we've been selling our egg price below our cost more than a year already. It's not only 1-2 months, it's more than a year. So many farms are very struggle for their cash flow. And I hope that we can really pass through this round. I hope that we can really survive during this round.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee. So now we go to Cecil. Cecil, many small farms closed down in many countries. What about the corporation setting up from BEPCO? What's going on?
Yeah, similar to the other country, there are a lot of corporations that has set up. They started with 100,000. Some of them have a capacity of 500,000, and they actually have manufacturing. As I mentioned in my slides, if you take a look at the Philippines, the situation in Luzon, where Metro Manila or the capital is, as far as egg production is concerned, is more problematic in the context that the demand from the institutional market has actually declined by a good estimate here is of 50% in 2020. And the latest study shown that in 2021, the manufacturing industry or the food service industries has further declined by another 17%. Since the bulk of the population of eggs in the Philippines are in Luzon, then similar to Malaysia, maybe 10 months already, that the cost of production is very much higher than the prevailing market cost or the farm gate cost. But this situation in the other regions, like in Visayas and Mindanao, is actually a little bit reversed. The price of eggs in those areas is a little bit more stable. The challenge there is different. Their challenge is where to get the ready-to-lays, where to get the DOPs. So in my presentation, the pandemic has allowed us to recalibrate the landscape. We need to be able to set up maybe at a regional or in a production center where the market is. So something that is a lot of people lose money. A lot of us lose money in the transition, but there is some solution. Maybe it will take a while, but if we're able to correct this process, and the good thing about the Philippines, we're very huge in population, 110 million. The declared population of all the layer hens, including that of the native, is roughly around 62 million from the government. So targeting an increase in consumption, there is an opportunity. But similar to the rest of the other countries, our challenge is in the inputs or the cost of inputs. So something that we need to also think through, since we do have, we can perhaps further develop our local inputs. We can do further backward integration with the crops. We can do corn farming, which the BEPCO members are already doing. We have started to plant our own corn. We're looking into science and technology to take a look on what is available in the area as a protein source, or how can we best address the increasing cost of these feed inputs. It is a journey. I don't think it is easy, but the collaboration, working together, support from the government agency, providing them solutions and asking them for help. And very recently, this consumption promotion campaign becomes a brand agnostic. All the stakeholders, we put it in a different platform. We don't want to call it BEPCO. We want to call it Lodiang Itlog, so that anybody from the egg producers of the Philippines can join. This becomes a platform. This becomes our way of thinking through how we can best help ourselves and how we can help each other.
All right. So very nice. I visit BEPCO before. I see that you have a lot of innovation facilities to support on the surplus egg as well. This is like real great example that many country can follow as well. So your government really support in this. Even the struggling with ASF, I think they pick up the layer in poultry very fast in terms of the compensation. So thank you very much, Cecile. So now we come to Dr. Kitty. He said he worked in the egg board from the very beginning. This is a very general question to Dr. Kitty because he can share with us how is the challenge that facing till today, Thailand getting from 180 to 226, and then we are going to 300. Dr. Kitty, please.
It's very good question for this thing. In 8 years ago, right, I have coordination to IEC, to World Egg Commission. This is a good organization. I think all of you can join in this one. You can get a lot of information there. Is the first thing, right? And the second thing, look like Lee said that from the farmer, they have many problems every time, everywhere. Every account have the same thing. But one thing that I think the difference mean in Thailand we have many of the organization to join together. At that time I joined in the web organization, then I joined in the layer industry. We are the people that connect the dot. I think this one connect the dot. Once connect the government, second one connect the big account integrated, connect the corporation, connect the association to join together. And the important thing, when we know this thing and then we learning the pattern from IEC, after that we know how to do. First thing that I think the recommendation very difficult, because if we recommendation by us, the people or the consumer say that you are the farmer, you want to sell more egg, then you recommend us to do. Then we have to refer for the third party. The third party is good, mean the health organization. At that time, we convince them to study all these things based on the information that we get from the IEC. After that, when we got this thing, okay, we try to spend the money. In the beginning, we sponsorship by the activity in the many partner in industry. The second time, we convince the big partner to donate the money. And from today, in Thailand, we have the egg board. Egg board, they control the parent stock. Then we collect the money from the parent stock to be the funding in this game. Now it's better because we have the money, but the coordination is very important. Okay, from this now, the government do support the egg industry by egg board. Egg board is mean in the egg committee. One part is a Department of Livestock. once it been many of party there, then we try to make the egg board to for efficiency. And then once we have many meetings, we join, and I think that in Thailand we quite good luck that we have Mr. Egg. Like Mr. Egg means the one person in the government that can totally responsibility. This is quite quick for this action. And after that, we do year by year, step by step to do. For example, we education from once we use the campaign in the department store, in the school, next step to the hospital, and the next step to back to school again. That is we change a lot from this thing. Right? But one thing is the have to work together. Look like Lee said. Right? I think the one thing that I love in Malaysia, if compare Malaysia and Thailand, I think the Malaysia have a more integrated. Your customer have your brand name. This one thing is very important. In Thailand, we try to convince the small farm join together to create their egg band or something like that. This is one thing that we still working. But once we have to share the responsibility for all. It's not easy, but I think the one thing in Thailand we have the team to run this thing. Right? This is a keyword of this action. But
yeah, has to have key group.
Yep, your partner is mean the IEC. Right? IEC is very important person, but I contact the IEC in the beginning. Then I saw the many information there. I try to convince them to support our industry or many things in the beginning. Yes.
All right, so we all know IEC here. So the last question go to Pak Didi. Pak Didi, Indonesia still at the low number, a lot of opportunity to grow, but I will not ask about how to go. I will ask about how you see the difficulties to end the hunger in Indonesia. What you see, it is the most important development apart from being the poultry man to help the industry, but kind of infrastructure is the big issue there, or how you see?
We have two problems for Indonesia. We divide into two problems. One is on-farm problem and off-farm problem. In the production sector, I think we can manage the disease, we can manage the management. We can educate and teach the farm worker, so that we can say that it is a small problem in production, but big problem and off farm, how to sell the eggs and how to increase the egg consumption. This is the problem for us, and it is not veterinary jobs. That is, I think Dr. Kitty and Mr. Lee are more expert about this.
So it is about the accessibility of the consumer to the egg as well, because Indonesia is like 16,000 Iceland.
Yes.
In the area, the transportation might be the problem. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for being with me today. The next session will be on the new system on encounter the sustainability issue in the farms on the cage-free in the afternoon. So we will take a break about 1 hour and we will come back again. On behalf of Informa Markets, I want to thank you to Pak Didi, Cecile, Mr. Lee, and Dr. Kitty for joining us today. And there is a request from the chat and Q&A saying that we should gather all of you together and provide you more time. So I will correct this and make sure that we can kind of doing the Asian Egg Group in order to share experience among us. And some of the questions we will send to you directly due to the time limitation. Few questions to Mr. Lee and 2-3 questions to Dr. Kitty. I think you're gonna get to be consulting for many of the farm business. Okay. All right. Thank you very much and see you at 1:10 in Thailand time and 2:10 Philippines and Malaysia time. So สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
Panahon na para labanan ang protein deficiency sa Pilipinas. Wakasanan natin ang malnutrisyon. Build strong immunity para sa ating pamilya. Gamit ang pinaka-loading pagkain sa lahat. Ang itlog. Ako si Ate Darlene. Ako naman si Tita. At ako naman ang lola nyo. Lola. Buong Pilipinas, let's become better. Let's become stronger na. Mag-itlog na. Dahil Lodi, ang itlog! Sa ating bansa, malaki ang percentage ng protein malnutrition. At isa sa pinakamabisang paraan upang masugpo ito ay ang pagpapakain ng high-quality protein-rich foods. At number 1 dyan, ang itlog. Fact check! Ang itlog ay isang superfood na loaded sa proteins, vitamins, and other minerals. Consider itong raw food na tumutulong sa paglaki ng isang tao. Hindi lang yan. Ang high-quality proteins kasama ng amino acid profile na matatagpuan sa itlog ang siyang main building blocks ng katawan. Sa pagkain mo ng itlog, pinalalakas nito ang good energy production na iyong cells na kailangan natin sa araw-araw. Nakakapagpatalino pa para sa mga growing kids and babies. O diba? Pinatitibay na ang resistensya, abot kaya pa. Gaya na lang ng aking loading Mars na laging inihahanda ang itlog.
Commander Nene po, isa akong loading na mami dahil binubusog ko ang aking pamilya ng healthy egg dishes na tumutulong kay Anthony at Antonio na magkaroon ng strong immunity.
Fact check! Ang itlog ay mayaman sa vitamins A, B2, B5, B6, B12, vitamin C, and vitamin E. Samahan pa ng phosphorus, potassium, calcium, iron, zinc, copper, sodium, magnesium, manganese, fluoride, at selenium. Pak na pak! Lodi talaga ang itlog!
Ayon sa pag-aaral, ang vitamins A and D na meron sa itlog ay nakakatulong sa immune response upang labanan ang mga bacteria at viruses na gustong pumasok sa ating katawan.
Making eggs a health booster para sa strong immunity. Super rich din ang itlog sa amino acids na kinakailangan upang mabuo ang tissues o kalamnan. Amino acids din ang nagdadala ng iba pang sustansya sa ating katawan. Gawing malinaw ang mata dahil ang itlog may carotenoid na sinamahan pa ng lutein at zeaxanthin. Hindi lang yan! Take note, zero carbs pa at low sugar! Sa'yo mo sa itlog! Ang vitamin D naman sa itlog ay tumutulong para magamit ang wasto ng ating katawan ang calcium na kinakailangan para sa matibay na buto at ngipin.
Ang B vitamins naman ng itlog helps the body upang magamit ng maayos ang carbohydrates, protina at fats at upang mapanatili ang maayos na gana sa pagkain at normal na panunaw.
Ang iron sa itlog naman ay tumutulong para sa malusog na kulay ng dugo at maiwasan ang pagkakaroon ng anemia.
Kaya ugaliin ang maghanda ng itlog at egg dishes sa inyong pamilya. Di ba, Ate Darlene?
Tama ka dyan, Commander Nene. At maraming choices to choose from. May fresh eggs na available sa mga tindahan, supermarkets at palengke.
At pwedeng egg noodles or arroz caldo with egg.
At may roasted egg pa. Itlog sa'yo. May liquid pasteurized egg Oreo, whole eggs, at egg whites. Ay! Meron pang powdered egg chips, high-protein drink. Bongga! Lahat ng ito, itlog. Para sa pamilyang Pilipino.
Labanan na natin ang malnutrisyon.
Sumama na at palakasin ang katawan sa pagkain ng itlog.
Dahil, lodi ang itlog!
Pilipinas, ano pang hinihintay nyo? Mag-itlog na! Samahan nyo kami ni Tita at ni Lola. At ngayon, let's do the Lodi ang Itlog Dance Challenge! Sumayaw na kasabay namin!
Lodi, Lodi, Lodi ang itlog! 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 Loden sa kutina, Loden sa kutina, over sa sustansya, over sa sustansya, di basta-basta, di basta-basta, itlog iuwi na! Lodi, Lodi, Lodi ang itlog! 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 Loden sa kutina, Loden sa kutina, over sa sustansya, over sa sustansya, di basta-basta, di basta-basta, itlog iuwi na! Lodi, Lodi, Lodi ang itlog! Lodi, Lodi, Lodi ang itlog! Lodi, Lodi, Lodi ang itlog! Lodi, Lodi, Lodi
có bạn host nào ở đấy không nhỉ? Thì có.
Hello, em lên rồi nè chị An ơi.
Em ơi, chắc là mọi người phải assign lại mình là phiên.
Để em nói ạ. June, if you're there, can you activate the interpretation and assign An and myself as interpreters?
How do I assign you? English?
Yes, we just dropped. So upon re-logging in, we need reassign as well. Reassignment. So the host can do that.
I'm not the host. I can't share screen.
Okay, we got it. Yeah,
I'm the speaker.
Yes. We'll be interpreting for you later, Ms. Dawn. Thank you. The host just sorted it out for us. Yes, it's been sorted out. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With me again, Rose. I will be the MC for the one session today. So together with me, I have our partner from Global Food Partners, who is working on a lot of development in order to introduce the cage-free system to making our emerging countries produce more egg from the cage-free system or cage-free farming. In the past, we know under the free-range farm. So the morning session, we have heard about the counteract that Kalpana has been mentioned about comparing to the plant-based and packaging. The egg itself, it's very sustainable packaging with the egg tray. So that kind of thing is also another counteract in terms of approaching into the market for the egg, because egg is really the nutrition, plenty of nutrition, and become the superfood after the breast milk from mother. So today with me, Ms. Dawn Neo. She is the Senior Manager for Corporate Engagement in Singapore, Global Food Partners. She is going to share with us what is the business opportunities and why Global Food Partners introduced a program of cage-free egg market. So she will cover on the business opportunities in an emerging market, cage-free egg market. So I have Dawn with me. Dawn, I pass the stage to you. Yes.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Informa Markets, for the invitation to share this message with you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Dawn Neo, and I'm the Senior Manager for Corporate Engagement at Global Food Partners. And I'd like to start by...
Excuse me, Dawn, that is the transcript shown as well.
Okay, let me try again.
All right. It's
yeah.
Okay. Yes.
It looks all right.
It's all right now.
You can see the screen.
Now it's the About Us screen. Yeah.
Yeah. So Global Food Partners is a Singapore-based multinational consultancy firm. We are one of the only companies established to work with both ends of the supply chain for eggs, both buyers and sellers and suppliers. So on one hand, we work with food businesses and help them implement their cage-free policies. We also work with suppliers and farmers and the industry stakeholders to help them transition successfully to a cage-free egg supply chain. We are a team of experts that have a combined 50 years of experience working on various topics, various issues in the industry, including legislation, standards, helping farmers hands-on in transitioning to higher welfare, animal welfare standards. And right now we are focusing on Asia. We're based in Singapore and focusing on China, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. And so we've been working on this issue for a number of years. So you may wonder, why are we focusing on eggs, especially in Asia? And that's because many of you may have heard that a lot of multinational companies around the world have adopted cage-free egg policies to only source cage-free eggs in their supply chain. And many of them have a deadline of 2025. And these are very familiar names to most of us. And in recent years, the movement has also taken root in Asia. So we have local companies such as Salad Stop, Privé, Minor Food, Minor Hotels, making commitments as well to source only cage-free eggs. And just a few months ago, we also heard that Burger King, Restaurant Brands International, Popeyes, KFC, Yum Brands have also made a similar announcement to source cage-free eggs. And that's why there is this demand, increased demand for higher welfare eggs right now in the region. And we're working to support these suppliers in implementing their policy successfully. And so producers around the world have responded to this call for more higher welfare eggs. And we saw that for the past 10 years, 20 years in Europe, in North America, in Australia, and in New Zealand. However, in recent years, we've also started to see that Latin American producers have responded as well. For example, Mantiquera, one of the largest egg producers in the world, have announced that they will only build cage-free systems from now on. And we've also seen producers such as Pumon in South Korea announcing that they will only be 100% cage-free by 2028. Other South Korean producers are responding as well. In Taiwan, in Thailand, you have CP Foods making a successful pilot just a couple of years ago. And after that, before that, they announced that they will transition all the farms that they own to cage-free systems. And this year, they have a target of producing 15 million cage-free eggs in Thailand. And as well, you see similar trends in China. There's a lot of responses there, where we had an event there. We had more than 17,000 people attending, curious about cage-free production and wanting to learn more. You have big producers like Rongda, you have Sun Daily, all producing cage-free now. And in Singapore, you have Chews. In Philippines, you have Bounty Fresh and San Miguel also transitioning. And this is a global movement. So you may be curious about how governments are reacting to this trend. So we see in Asia that South Korea actually was one of the first ones to issue a standard for cage-free eggs, as well as start to regulate that. And then Taiwan, for that market as well, the government recently, a few months ago, revised the standards for production and labeling of cage-free and free-range eggs. In Thailand, the Department of Livestock Development, DLD, also announced standards and labeling requirements for cage-free. In the Philippines, just a few months ago, their Ministry of Agriculture also released a code of practice for the labeling and production of cage-free eggs. So it's interesting to see that there is this support from governments around this region. And they have also introduced subsidies. Like, for example, in Taiwan and South Korea, farmers get subsidies if they're transitioning to cage-free systems. Globally, we all know that the EU banned cages in 2012, and the United States, many states in the United States also have legislation to restrict the use of battery cages. For example, California, Michigan, states like that. And in Bhutan in 2012, they also issued a similar legislation. In India, there's a moratorium that restrict the building of new battery cage facilities, which means new facilities built from last year onwards, they have to be cage-free. We see producers transitioning in Canada and New Zealand as well because of legislation there restricting battery cages. The industry is phasing out cages within a few years. So to systems, from cage systems to cage-free systems that look like this, that allow hens more space to move and ability to express some natural behaviors that are important to them. For example, perching, laying their eggs in a nest, foraging, and activities like that. So we have also seen responses from retailers in this region. We see more and more retailers carrying cage-free egg on their stores. And also some retailers are educating consumers by displaying educational materials and informational posters in the stores. And interestingly, over the past few years, we have seen Asian retailers having their own house brand cage-free eggs. For example, Cold Storage, NTUC FairPrice in Singapore, you have Aeon in Japan, Carrefour in Taiwan, Lotus in Thailand, all having their own house brand cage-free eggs and making some effort to educate consumers. However, we see that even with this increased demand, there are still some challenges that exist for companies that want to source cage-free eggs in this region. Especially there is a limited supply because this issue is fairly new here. So the supply is still considered quite low. There's a lack of infrastructure when it comes to the production and transportation of eggs. Often farmers have to deal with intermediaries and distributors, and there's no cold chain in some countries. So eggs cannot be transported over long distances, and it adds up to the general cost of per unit for cage-free. And for companies that want to implement and source for cage-free eggs, they actually need some kind of localized solution and localized roadmap for implementation. And that's where we come in. So we help them and their suppliers transition to cage-free high welfare standards in a more sustainable and economically viable way. And the way we work with companies is to first help them in the planning for implementation. We do an assessment of the supply chain, and from there we understand how the supply chain works, and then we recommend specific solutions for each market and how they can implement their policy in those specific markets. Then we can work hands-on with their suppliers to help them transition, or help them source for new suppliers if those are not available in the area that they operate. And throughout this process, we'll provide various kinds of support, such as communication to the companies. And one of the innovative solutions that we have developed to help the industry transition is the Impact Incentive Program. So we founded the Impact Alliance Program with some other sustainability programs. And this is a global initiative to help companies fulfill sustainable sourcing goals across key commodities. So for Global Food Partners, we focus on eggs, but Textile Exchange focus on leather and cotton. You also have Proterra that works on soy and sugar, and Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef are the founding members of this alliance. So with cage-free credits called cage-free impact incentives, this is an important tool for businesses to fulfill their cage-free policies, especially in challenging markets in Asia, because they tell us that they're able to transition to a larger extent in Europe or in other more mature markets. But in Asia, this is where they need a greater level of support. And impact incentives is designed for markets where you have low volume of cage-free eggs being produced, or the farmer is located quite far from you and not able to transport the eggs to you. This is a way for farmers to gain confidence in the transition and get economies of scale so that they can be more competitive. And I'm happy to share more of that with you afterwards, separately, because it's a longer conversation. So to give you an idea of what we've been busy with, we've been busy trying to build capacity within the industry by having hands-on technical support to producers, as well as earlier this year, we trained the Thailand's DLD government inspectors on animal welfare and cage-free productions because they have a new standard. And we've been partnering with organizers to hold webinars and workshops for producers as well. At the same time, we're also building model farms and training centers, starting with Indonesia and China. The Indonesian model farm will be up later this year, and the eggs will be ready, I think, by early next year. So we are partnering with local universities in order to provide local language training. And this is not just for farmers, but also for veterinarians, auditors, and other stakeholders within the egg industry. And this is a chance to showcase best practices that is localized, relevant to a particular country, and to showcase how producers can manage the production well so that they can succeed. We also are launching a virtual producer course this month, and starting with Chinese and English, but we will translate and offer these courses as well in other languages, such as Thai, Korean, Japanese, Russian. So if you're interested, please let us know. And after my session over here, I will share some of the initial introductory videos from that course to give you an idea of how this looks. So all in all, I hope that gives you some perspective on what we've been working on and the trends in this industry. If you'd like to chat more, please reach out to me by this email address. Always happy to chat. And now, before we go to Q&A, I can share some videos with you from our senior scientist who's not able to be here with us today, but she has recorded a message to share with you. So please bear with me.
Hi, welcome to our online training course, Cage-Free Egg Production, the Basics. I'm Dr. Kate Harcher, the Senior Animal Scientist for Global Food Partners. Global Food Partners provides support in best practice cage-free egg production across Asia. More and more producers are choosing cage-free systems. There are many benefits to these systems, but they are more complicated than simply removing cages. They do require good management and good animal welfare practices. This training course goes through some of the key housing and management factors to consider when operating a successful and profitable cage-free farm. Thank you.
All right, Dawn, you gonna share the online
course? Yes.
Right. Yeah.
But we can also do it after the Q&A if you feel that this is a good time to have Q&A.
All right. So, Dawn, can you explain or give more information about the trend in terms of, I believe it's about animal welfare, that most of the big players, I mean the retail, the wholesale, that are looking at cage-free egg more than anything else. It's about the sustainability and animal welfare. How you see the growth in the cage-free egg demand happening out here in Asia?
I think this is a global trend. So over the past few years, it has just been accelerating quicker than we expected. So both companies as well as producers are more and more interested in this issue. We are hearing from our clients that even consumers like in Philippines, in Indonesia, are asking more questions about the food that they eat. They're submitting questions to these restaurants and caring more about sustainability in general and animal welfare. So we see this is a trend, especially among the younger generation, and this will just continue to grow. And I think farmers are also responding to this trend, at least the more entrepreneurial ones. They are starting to provide these products available on the market. So it's interesting to see how adaptable and quick to respond the industry is.
So further to that, it is to everyone knowledge here. So how the purchaser, the buyers, the procurement could identify whether it is the cage-free egg or from the farm. So there must be some system in place already, right? Can you explain on that? Yeah.
Traceability and identity is definitely a challenge, especially in some countries here in this region where a lot of eggs are sold at wet markets and there are a lot of distributors involved. So it's very hard for the end consumer to find out where exactly this egg comes from. But I think in certain countries like Thailand, you have a QR code system where there is more traceability built into the system. And it is a question about standards as well. So if the producers join the Impact Alliance program that we have and impact incentives, they will have to meet a certain minimum criteria. And in that way, the buyer and the seller connect directly, and there is traceability built in there and standards built in there. This will help address some of these issues because the infrastructure in this region doesn't allow for traceability to be across the board for 100% of the eggs produced. But this is one way we try to address this problem and come up with more innovative solutions.
So in case the layer farmers who listen to this webinar, they are interested to look at their farm turning from cage into cage-free, they can reach to Global Food Partner in order to give them the guidance how to achieve that. Am I right?
That's right. We are able to, we're happy to work with them, and we're already working with some producers to help them transitioning. Whether it's advice or hands-on support, we can provide that. We are also coming up with, as I mentioned, the virtual production course, and that is a basic course for them to get an idea and see whether they're interested. This is for people who are just considering or starting to learn the basics. And you'll be provided in their local language. So it's easy for them to say, share with the farm workers who only speak their native language.
Yeah.
And after that, if they require more assistance, we can support them either at the model farm or hands-on on their farm.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, Global Food Partner not come here to sell any equipment, sell any breed of layer. They are really come to expand the cage-free market to alert the emerging countries like us to be ready on the global trend that the consumer looking for animal welfare type of products, sustainability already. So this is the direction, like as Informa Markets, we want to involve the partner like Global Food Partners to share with you what is happening in the egg market today and future. So I have the question, I myself being a consumer, I feel like free range egg, cage-free egg is very expensive, Don. So do you think if consumer gonna pay more to get that, why we are promoting egg is the cheapest protein source? How Global Food Partners see on this angle and how we gonna bring the industry up together?
So I think I see our role as a supporting role. So we support both producers and buyers on this topic. And we understand that cage-free is not the same price as cage eggs, and it may never be, because hence when they are able to move, to exercise more, and they need to consume more feed. But it doesn't have to be so expensive. So there are studies done, good studies done that show that the cost difference is about 36 to 50%. So in many markets around the world, they have transitioned successfully. And one of the key reasons why it costs more here is because producers do not have economies of scale. They're producing a low volume of eggs and having to transport them over long distances. And all of that adds on to the final cost of the egg. It may not be the farm gate price. What you see in the retail shop, there could be a markup, there could be other factors involved. And so when we are able to support producers and help them manage the farms well, they have higher yield. And if they join the Impact Incentives Program, they don't have to worry about physically transporting the eggs to the buyer. These are just ways that we can help the industry manage this particular issue. And eventually, I think we hope that costs will start to come down as the volume naturally increase and these challenges start to be resolved.
All right. So when hearing about cage-free, that I think there are many misconceptions and misunderstanding on cage-free. Like when I'm doing the layer farm, when you said cage-free, oh, I have to remove all my stuff, you know. So can you explain that? Because I learned from Global Food Partner as well. But the cage-free is really, you still need to have the barn. That is the way to handle that. Can I ask you to explain this to the audience here?
There are different systems available under the umbrella of cage-free. Cage-free is just a term. And without a good standard, it's very hard for the consumer to understand exactly what cage-free is about. So there are different kind of cage-free systems. Free range is a cage-free system. Open barn is a cage-free system. Closed house, aviary is another type of cage-free system, as you will see in the videos later. So they all can be successful. Even a basic wooden shed can be a successful cage-free system if they're managed well and if the farmer knows what to do, if they have the right support. So I think it is possible to succeed in any of these countries in Asia. It's just a matter of delivering the knowledge to the key people in the industry and helping them succeed.
All right, thank you, Dawn. There is another question I would say, like I learned from the earlier panelists, Pat Didi, Mr. Lee, and Cecil, even say that the small farm is now in trouble. So how you see the putting the new landscape of the demand drive the supply? So Global Food Partner has looked at that aspect, that the smaller farm getting less and less. Do you see opportunities, or do you have any enlighten that smaller farm who's sitting here could consider to adjust and do the free range or cage-free egg production?
Actually, this is a very interesting question because we do work with medium and small producers as well. And I think these are the ones that require a little bit more support, you know, in the native languages. And we also have clients that want to buy from these smaller boutique kind of producers. So that I think there is a market. And a lot of times it's to do with how they tell the story. A lot of producers are very good in producing, but they may not be so knowledgeable about how to tell the story and how to market their eggs. I noticed that those that are very good in marketing and telling the story are succeeding. And consumers are willing to pay a bit more because they understand the connection to the food. They understand where the eggs are from and how the animals are treated. And businesses as well want to tell the story. If you walk into a restaurant and you have a beautiful story about where your products are coming from, how your chefs are getting the products, I think consumers appreciate that. And they're willing to pay a bit more. So I think there is a market for these farmers as well.
So now come to the consumer part, when because the free range or cage-free was not really the knowledge was not transferred, similar to the having egg a day in the past 10 years. It's similar. So the thing is, they said, okay, the egg from free range is dirty because they lay the egg somewhere on the glass, on the floor. So how you see that is going to change on the perception, and how do you think that how fast it will change, similar way to egg consumption nowadays?
I think that floor eggs and dirty eggs, this is a matter of management. So if there's good management practices on the farm, floor eggs can be minimized, less than 1%. And we've seen so many producers succeed across the world on that. So these are not challenges that cannot be overcome. It's been overcome many, many times. And with that, I think now you have automatic nest boxes, you have different ways of training the hens to lay eggs in nests rather than on the floor to prevent these kind of issues. and we're happy to help any producers who have specific questions on that.
All right, this is very innovative of prepare ourselves to be ready to the new demand in the market. If I would say like superfood and future food as well for the egg industry. And also Global Food Partner is ready to partner with you guys who has the farm and willing to start on your cage-free system, learn more on how to do with Global Food Partner. So right now I will say thank you to Dawn, and especially I also working with Dawn to bring more and more education on cage-free system to the layer audience here. So we let's follow us on our Facebook to see what's coming next. And I will pass back to Dawn again to show your online course.
Sure. First, I have this QR code here. I don't know whether you're able to see the QR code for our course. So if you are interested, please scan the QR code and we will keep you informed about when the course is launched and other details. And also have a few videos from the course to share with you. Feel free to ask questions after that. So I will start the videos. We have 4 modules, and these are basic modules in the program.
While an animal that is struggling in its environment has poor welfare, animal welfare is sometimes thought of.
I'm sorry, trying to get the start of this.
Hi, welcome to Module 1, Introduction to Animal Welfare. In this module, we will define the term animal welfare and also explain what we mean when we say good animal welfare. Basically, the term animal welfare or well-being is how an animal is coping with its environment, quality of life. An animal with
Dawn, it's become black screen. All right, I think we lost Dawn connection. So ladies and gentlemen, today Excellent Talk come to an end. So if anyone interested to know anything additional from today's talk from the beginning, IEC, our panelists from different countries in ASEAN and with the Global Food Partner for the cage-free system, please feel free to reach to us and we can connect you. Some of you may already take the email of the speakers. So on behalf of Informa Markets and all speakers here, would like to thank you for joining us today and welcome all of you to join us in our Excellent Talk photo contest, which is for winning $50 voucher in your country. So let's join with us. Celebrate the World Egg Day, 8th of October 2021. I would like to say, don't forget to have an egg after this meeting. Happy World Egg Day. Thank you very much to all supporters, IEC, Global Food Partner, Padidi, Mr. Lee from FLFAM, Ms. Cecil from BEPCO, Mr. Kitty from Egg Committee, Mr. Chuk from Vietnam, and also our big supporter for Knowledge on Nutrition, International Egg Commission. Thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ Salamat po. Cảm ơn. Bye bye.